Chapter 1294. The Nine-Abyss Dragon let out a roar, but it had no choice but to yield. It felt an aura from Wang Lin that made it tremble. This aura was very complicated, and it seemed to be divided into three parts. The first part was an inheritance from his memories. It was the power of the gods from the immemorial era. The second part was the trembling of its soul. It was as if Zhao Zhouge's soul had the power to suppress it and devour it. The third part terrified it even more. It was also the aura of the Emperor of Beasts, the Ji Qiong, adding on the two palms formed by Wang Lin's cultivation. How could the Nine-Abyss Dragon resist? It could only yield and become Wang Lin's mount. Wang Lin subduing the Nine-Abyss Dragon with two palms caused the expressions of everyone outside to change. Their eyes were filled with monstrous terror. This scene was even more shocking and unbelievable than when Wang Lin destroyed the fierce beast and skeleton. Even the expressions of the three people from the demon sect changed greatly. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. As their minds trembled, the fog around them began to distort. The Nine-Abyss Dragon was actually subdued by him as a mount. If the three of us attack at the same time, we can defeat the Nine-Abyss Dragon with the demon sect's secret technique. However, it is impossible to make it yield, let alone make it a mount. Just who is this person to be able to do this? Although this Nine-Abyss Dragon isn't an adult, it is still one of the heaven-rank Ji Qiong's life-bound beasts. How could it be subdued? The three of them were terrified and looked at Wang Lin with shock in their eyes. If they were like this, there was no need to talk about the others. At this moment, the cultivators outside the crack were all dumbfounded. The origin souls of the six experts trembled as they stared dumbfoundedly at Wang Lin, who was standing on the Nine-Abyss Dragon's head. At this moment, Wang Lin's figure became eternal in their hearts, and it was incomparably deep. He was dressed in white and had a head full of white hair. He was like an undefeatable war immortal that could shake the heavens and earth. Anyone who looked at him would bow down in worship. Li Qianmei must be here for him. He clearly came here for Li Qianmei. Li Qianmei, you and I have been fighting in the dark for the past 100 years. I thought you would definitely die if you went to the rift, but I never imagined that such an expert would come to save you. The cold woman sighed. Wang Lin stepped onto the Nine-Abyss Dragon and ignored the shock of the cultivators outside the crack. He was about to rush into the depths of the crack to find Li Qianmei. However, just at this moment, a powerful aura erupted from one of the demon sect's 6 planets. At the same time, a figure closed in. The figure moved with incredible speed. With his first step, he teleported out of the starry sky, where teleportation was impossible. Then, he took a second step. With this second step, he appeared next to the 3 people from the demon sect. With his third step, his figure was almost invisible as he entered the crack before Wang Lin. Fellow cultivator, don't be anxious. Since you've come, let the old man see if you have the qualifications to enter the depths of the crack. As the figure closed in, a gentle voice echoed inside and outside the crack. The moment the figure appeared, the figure raised his right hand and pressed down on Wang Lin, who was standing on the Nine-Abyss Dragon's head. Wang Lin's expression was neutral. As the hand closed in, he raised his right hand and collided with the figure's hand. Boundless origin energy of heaven and earth gathered at this moment. A destructive force that seemed capable of ripping apart the starry sky erupted the moment their palms collided. An indescribable shockwave instantly filled the starry sky and spread out in all directions. The thousands of cultivators outside the crack felt like they were being swept by a gust of wind. Their expressions changed greatly as they were pushed back. Even the 6 experts were pushed back with pale faces. Only the 3 people from the demon sect didn't move. They stared at the crack with serious expressions. Wang Lin let out a muffled groan, and popping sounds came from his body. He and the Nine-Abyss Dragon were pushed back several dozen feet. The figure that closed in with 3 steps also let out a muffled groan. However, he didn't retreat, but took another step forward. You're courting death. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he jumped off the Nine-Abyss Dragon toward the incoming figure. As he closed in, his right hand formed a fist, and ancient god stars appeared between his eyebrows. Ancient god power surged out like crazy, and he threw a punch. There was a thunderous bang, and the figure immediately retreated. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he caught up. He waved his right hand, and a blood light appeared. A drop of blood flew out from between his eyebrows and turned into a blood sword. Holding the blood sword, Wang Lin mercilessly slashed forward. The retreating figure's expression changed greatly when he saw Wang Lin take out the blood sword. His hands formed a seal, and he opened his mouth to spit out a tortoise shell to block before him. The moment the tortoise shell appeared, the blood sword slashed down and landed on the tortoise shell. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the tortoise shell couldn't stop the blood sword. Cracks appeared on it, and it collapsed. The blood light pierced through and landed on the figure's body. The figure staggered, and blood came out from the corner of his mouth. He retreated once more, but as he retreated, he waved his right hand, and origin energy gathered like crazy. Celestial, Imperial Battle, Celestial Boom, War Spirit Print, appear. As his voice echoed, 5 runes appeared out of nowhere and intersected to form a giant palm print. This palm print was the War Spirit Print, the real War Spirit Print. The moment it appeared, origin energy gathered, and the palm seemed to become corporeal. It contained an unimaginably powerful aura as it charged toward Wang Lin's forehead. Wang Lin didn't retreat. As he charged out, there was a flash of red in his eyes, and the blood sword in his hand disappeared into his body. At this moment, his entire body was covered in a monstrous red light. His body had become a blood sword. He was the blood sword. The 2 fingers on his right hand were in front of him. This was the tip of the sword, and it could tear through the world as it charged towards the palm. At this moment, millions upon millions of sword chi moved, transforming into a tempest of swords that collided with the palm. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The palm print collided with the sword energy and trembled. The sword energy collapsed, and the palm print paused for a moment. At this moment, Wang Lin's right hand, which was covered in red light, pointed at the center of the palm print. With a thunderous bang, the palm print collapsed, and the origin energy inside scattered. The expression of the figure changed once more, and he wanted to retreat, but he was a step too late. After breaking the palm print, Wang Lin stepped forward, and his 2 fingers pointed at the figure's forehead. The figure trembled and coughed out blood. He quickly retreated out of the crack. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he chased after the figure. His left hand pressed between his eyebrows, as if he was going to tear something. "Fellow cultivator, stop! Fellow cultivator, stop!" When the figure saw what Wang Lin was doing, his expression changed, and he quickly said, "The old man is reckless." He retreated and stood before the 3 people from the demon sect. He turned into a white-haired old man and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. Wang Lin stepped out of the crack, stared at the old man, and put down his left hand. The 3 people from the demon sect behind the old man respectfully said, "Greetings, elder." The old man nodded slightly and then looked at Wang Lin with shock in his eyes. He clasped his hands and said, "Fellow cultivator's cultivation is very strong. The old man knows he's not as good as you, especially that blood sword of yours. That treasure." The old man shook his head with a wry smile. He couldn't describe the shock and horror this treasure brought him. Wang Lin coldly stared at the old man and didn't say a word. He withdrew his gaze and charged toward the crack. The 9 Abyss Dragon was scared out of its wits and didn't dare to escape. "Fellow cultivator," the old man was reckless. "Fellow cultivator must be going to save Li Qianmei." Back then, the old man loved Li Qianmei and wanted to take her as his disciple. Back then, she left because the old man agreed. The old man looked at Wang Lin's back. As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and a jade flew toward Wang Lin. "This crack is very big. It will be very difficult for fellow cultivator to find Li Qianmei. There is a map inside the jade, and the old man has marked it. If you follow the map with fellow cultivator's speed, you might be able to catch up." Wang Lin's body paused, and he accepted the jade. He scanned it with his divine sense, and his cold expression softened a bit. He turned to look at the old man and said, Go into closed-door cultivation for 3 days. Don't use your Tao and focus your mind. On the last 5 hours of the third day, your Tao will collapse. Bear it carefully and pass it, then you'll be fine. After Wang Lin finished speaking, he left the shocked old man and stepped into the crack. He stepped onto the back of the nine-abyss dragon and flew toward the dark depths of the crack. The old man looked at where Wang Lin disappeared to, and his expression changed. He carefully examined his body, and his face gradually turned pale. He was terrified because he saw a strange change in his own Tao and his mind. It was as if an external force had blasted in, causing his Tao intent to slowly weaken. This is Tao spell. The old man's face was pale, and he rejoiced. If it wasn't for the fact that he had kindly given the jade, Wang Lin wouldn't have told him about this. As a result, even if he found out that his Tao had been damaged, he would have been caught off guard in the last 5 hours of the third day. Even if he didn't die, he would have been seriously injured. This person might really be able to save Li Qianmei. With my second Heaven's Blight cultivation, I'm not confident in winning against him, and I was secretly injured by him. The most terrifying thing is that he has a seal on him. If he had torn the seal, the old man's eyes became serious as he took a profound look at the crack. He returned to the cultivation planet and immediately went into closed-door cultivation. Chapter 1295. Wang Lin had only been in the spatial crack for a short period of time, but everything that happened in this short period of time brought indescribable shock to the thousands of cultivators outside the spatial crack. The fierce beasts were destroyed, the skeletons were destroyed, the spatial crack was torn open, and 9 hells was taken in. Not only was he not at a disadvantage in the battle with the high and mighty demon sect elder, but he had an overwhelming aura that caused the demon sect elder to unknowingly suffer a hidden injury. All of this was seen by the thousands of cultivators outside the spatial crack, and they were all horrified. That white robe and white hair were deeply engraved in the minds of these thousands of cultivators and would never be erased. For the cultivators of the Cloud Sea, the world inside the spatial crack outside the demon sect was both familiar and unfamiliar. They were familiar with a war that had lasted for a long time, but they were unfamiliar with where it led to and where the end was. Ever since the demon sect had existed, it wasn't that no powerful cultivators had entered the spatial crack to investigate. However, the news they obtained was that the spatial crack was too big, like another star system. With the power of a few people, it was impossible to find the entire range. Out of 100 people that entered, less than 3 would return. The rest would either die or go missing. Despite this, the demon sect never gave up. Every once in a while, they would send people into the spatial crack. Through this method, which had a high chance of death, over the countless years, they slowly found a passage. Li Qianmei became the explorer who entered the crack. She went to the end of the passage and opened it again. She would either come out alive and bring back new information, or she would disappear without a trace and become one of the cultivators who died or went missing. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense from the jade in his hand and looked at the dark world without any light. Even with his cultivation, he could only see about 1,000 feet around him. Beyond that, it was a blur and he couldn't see anything. The path in the jade is the path that the demon sect has paid a great price to obtain over the countless years. It is also the path that Li Qianmei is heading to. However, the world inside the crack is too big. Even the path in the jade probably doesn't reach the true depths. Wang Lin stood on the head of the 9-abyss dragon. The dragon was extremely fast in this pitch-black world. Its body, which was tens of thousands of feet long, was like a strange bolt of thunder. It was strange because the 9-abyss dragon was silent as it moved forward. There was no rumbling sound, nor was there any whistling sound caused by its speed. The 9-abyss dragon continued to flash through the world crack. It didn't dare to resist Wang Lin's orders and directions at all. It had clearly seen Wang Lin's strength from before. The 9-abyss dragon couldn't resist the power of the demon sect elder, but the demon sect elder had been defeated by the person above its head. This made the 9-abyss dragon even more afraid of Wang Lin. Wang Lin sat on the head of the nine-abyss dragon and silently looked around. He seemed to be able to completely integrate into this dark world without any discomfort. After an unknown amount of time, the surroundings were no longer silent, and the faint roars of fierce beasts came from a distance. Because the roars of these fierce beasts were too far away, it sounded like there were people breathing next to one's ear. It wasn't one person, but countless. This strange feeling made all the Cloud Sea cultivators who entered the spatial crack for the first time vigilant. However, for Wang Lin, this didn't make his expression change at all. He sat there calmly, still looking forward. His memories stopped at the 10 years he had spent in the heaven-defying bead world, when he didn't have a physical body to feel anything, and when he didn't know what was happening in the outside world for 10 years, and when he was in the heaven-defying bead world. If there was no bloodlight, perhaps Wang Lin's soul would have dissipated forever inside the heaven-defying bead. He remembered that at the beginning, he was very cold and slowly weakened. It wasn't until the bloodlight appeared that he slowly regained his consciousness and memories. It was because of the bloodlight that he was able to find the Lord of the Sealed Realm and obtain the fortune to enter the Tao realm and comprehend his first Tao spell. Dream Tao. This is what I comprehended in the Tao realm. It is my third spell after Sunder Night and Flowing Moon. It is a Tao spell. Wang Lin let out a sigh. The more he recalled the words of the old woman in white, and the more he thought about the 10 years of bloodlight inside the heaven-defying bead, the more he felt he owed Li Qianmei. Time slowly passed as Wang Lin reminisced. Nothing seemed to have changed inside the spatial crack. No matter where he was, it was still dark. The only difference was that when Wang Lin looked up, there were more and more vague beasts 1,000 feet away. If this dark world became bright, any cultivator would feel their scalp go numb and be terrified. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and all the origin energy in his body gathered in his palm. There was a flash of golden light that broke the silence. This golden light flew out from Wang Lin's right hand like a meteor and continued to rise. A moment later, it exploded into a bright light that shrouded the surrounding 100,000 feet. The moment this light appeared, the roars of fierce beasts came from the surroundings. With the help of the light, Wang Lin could clearly see that thousands of feet away, there were many fierce beasts surrounding him and the 9-abyss dragon. There were no less than tens of thousands of fierce beasts. They seemed to be extremely sensitive to light. The moment the dark world lit up, these fierce beasts roared and quickly retreated. The dazzling golden light was soon drowned by the darkness, causing the world inside the spatial crack to become dark once more. The 9-abyss dragon was one of the king beasts inside the spatial crack, so it naturally had the aura of a king beast. When this aura spread out, the surrounding fierce beasts didn't dare to get close, which was why Wang Lin was able to walk all the way here. All the fierce beasts along the way should have retreated when they encountered the 9-abyss dragon, but because of Wang Lin's existence, these fierce beasts began to struggle. This was why they slowly gathered but didn't get too close. The light allowed Wang Lin to clearly see all the fierce beasts around him. Although there were many fierce beasts, most of them were rank 8 or rank 9. There weren't many above rank 10. When the light dissipated, Wang Lin was sitting on the head of the 9-abyss dragon. His expression was calm, and his divine sense spread out. The 9-abyss dragon seemed to be stimulated by his divine sense and let out a heaven-shaking roar. This roar turned into a thunderous rumble that echoed violently in the dark world. The 9-abyss dragon suddenly sped up and charged forward. The surrounding fierce beasts immediately retreated and opened up a path. The 9-abyss dragon was like a meteor as it broke through the herd of fierce beasts and continued to move deeper into the spatial crack. It was difficult to feel the passage of time in the world inside the spatial crack. There was no day here, only darkness. As the 9-abyss dragon went deeper, Wang Lin's eyes gradually became more serious. Although he could still only see 1,000 feet ahead, he slowly found that this place was different. As he went deeper, the color of this dark world seemed to change. It was no longer black, but purple. The nine abyss dragon became slower and slower as it moved forward. There was a faint tremble coming from its soul. It was as if this purple world was extremely terrifying to it. If it wasn't for Wang Lin's divine sense surrounding its body, the nine abyss dragon would have trembled and wouldn't dare to go any deeper. It would have turned around and left this place. Even the large amount of fierce beasts that had followed the nine abyss dragon thousands of feet away retreated and didn't dare to go any deeper. However, the number of fierce beasts didn't decrease and instead increased. These fierce beasts were the beasts that lived in this purple world. Wang Lin naturally noticed the abnormality of the nine abyss dragon, and his eyes lit up. Although the passage of time wasn't obvious, Wang Lin had secretly calculated the distance he had traveled based on his speed. According to his analysis, he was at the edge of the purple spatial crack. This place was very close to the end of the passage marked on the jade. Sitting on the head of the nine abyss dragon, Wang Lin closed his eyes and silently sensed his surroundings. He gradually felt some residual fluctuations here, as if someone had used a spell not long ago. Wang Lin had come all the way here, but there was still some distance ahead. He didn't know if he had gone the right way, and he didn't find any clues related to Li Qianmei. After entering the spatial crack, he vaguely felt a few extremely powerful auras. These auras seemed to notice Wang Lin, but strangely, they didn't stop him. This was the first time he had felt the fluctuations of Li Qianmei. Although these fluctuations were residual, they were real, and they weren't from fierce beasts, but from cultivators. Li Qianmei, is that you? Wang Lin opened his eyes, and there was a flash of light. His hands formed a seal, and he mercilessly pointed to the spot between his eyebrows. A powerful force rushed into his forehead, causing his origin soul to tremble violently. As his origin soul trembled, the residual fluctuations of the spell changed strangely. In Wang Lin's eyes, the world seemed to change. The darkness was no longer there and was replaced by lines that connected horizontally and vertically. Flowing time, reversal. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly and pierced through the darkness. The lines suddenly moved as if they were lining up. Under his gaze, the void before him seemed to carry the passage of time, and under a strange force, time began to reverse. Slowly, the void seemed to distort, and the figure of a woman in white appeared. Her face was extremely pale, and there was a shocking amount of blood on her clothes. She held a long sword in her hand, and there was a golden pen around her as she rushed through the void. Chapter 1296. Her face was pale, and she was extremely thin. She looked like a bag of bones, and there was not much life in her eyes. Just as she charged forward, a huge shadow that looked like a whip suddenly charged toward the woman in white. The moment it closed in, the woman swung the long sword in her hand and collided with the whip shadow. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the woman's face became even more pale. She coughed out a mouthful of blood and charged into the depths of the void. The whip shadow chased after her. The distorted void trembled and collapsed. Along with it were the remnants of the spell fluctuations. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with excitement and madness. Li Qianmei. Although the woman in white's face had changed and she was extremely thin, Wang Lin could still recognize her at a glance. She was Li Qianmei. Her thin appearance and pale face were like needles that stabbed into Wang Lin's heart. His divine sense erupted like crazy and turned into a giant wave that penetrated the nine abyss dragon's body. Under the stimulation, the nine abyss dragon let out a roar, and 2 waves of air came out from its nose. Its body trembled as it flew forward once more. This time, the nine abyss dragon moved even faster. It moved through the purple rift even faster, as if it could break the heavens. However, as it went deeper, the nine abyss dragon trembled even more violently. Its soul was about to collapse. It was as if this was its forbidden land, a place it didn't dare to enter. Not long after, the nine abyss dragon let out a mournful roar. Its body ignored Wang Lin's divine sense and suddenly stopped. It trembled and let out cries of fear. A cold feeling spread through this purple world like a stream of air. The nine-abyss dragon was terrified when it sensed this cold aura. It ignored Wang Lin's divine sense and stopped moving. Not only did it not move forward, but it wanted to retreat. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he was about to step forward when his expression changed. He waved his right hand, and a jade pendant appeared in his palm. This jade pendant was where Li Qianmei's life soul was. A series of cracking sounds echoed, and the crack on the jade pendant tore open once more. Li Qianmei's life soul was even weaker, and her life was hanging by a thread. Wang Lin's heart suddenly twisted, as if someone had punched him in the chest. A terrifying aura spread out from his body. He ignored the nine-abyss dragon, which was trembling and retreating, and charged into the depths of the rift. However, without the pressure of the nine-abyss dragon, the moment Wang Lin charged out, the roars of beasts came from all directions. The fierce beasts that originally existed in this purple world closed in the moment Wang Lin left the nine-abyss dragon. A fierce beast that looked like a turtle and was about 1,000 feet long suddenly appeared within 1,000 feet of Wang Lin. It let out a roar and closed in like crazy. Wang Lin didn't stop at all and charged forward. The distance of 1,000 feet disappeared in an instant. As he moved forward, Wang Lin's right hand formed a fist, and he threw a punch. The rumbling sounds were like a song of slaughter that filled the entire world. The tortoise beast's body trembled, and confusion appeared in its eyes. In an instant, its body collapsed and turned into a mist of blood that scattered in all directions. Wang Lin charged out from the blood mist and charged forward. However, just as he charged out, the roars of beasts echoed, and dozens more of different fierce beasts closed in. Thunderous rumbles shook the world. Wang Lin was like a god of slaughter, and no force could stop him. He continued to move forward while waving his hands. A lion-like beast coming from the left suddenly collapsed into a pile of flesh and blood. A python that was more than 10,000 feet long closed in with its forked tongue stuck out. Wang Lin stepped on it with his right foot, and it immediately let out a miserable scream and died. A giant human-faced spider with a body like a small mountain opened its mouth and was about to devour Wang Lin. However, Wang Lin's right hand pressed down, and the spider trembled before it collapsed and died. The miserable screams of the fierce beasts before they died increased. Wang Lin was like a whirlwind that set off a rain of blood as he charged forward like crazy. Scram, scram, scram! Wang Lin's eyes glowed red, and he roared as he moved faster and faster. His right hand formed a seal, and tens of millions of strands of sword energy swept out. The fierce beasts let out miserable screams and retreated. However, as they retreated, their bodies collapsed into pieces and they died miserable deaths. However, their deaths caused a strong smell of blood to fill the air, which attracted even more fierce beasts. There were hundreds of thousands of fierce beasts, and it seemed like there was no number of them. They constantly appeared and charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body was filled with killing intent, and his eyes were cold. As the hundreds of fierce beasts closed in, a blue flame erupted from his body and spread out in all directions. Wherever the blue flame passed, all the fierce beasts let out miserable screams and were burned to ashes. The blue flame was too fast and appeared too suddenly. As it spread out, the area around Wang Lin turned into a sea of fire. There were no more fierce beasts. He took a step forward with his right foot. His speed was heaven-shaking as he charged forward like crazy. After a short period of silence, even more fierce beasts roared and charged forward like crazy. They surrounded Wang Lin from all directions. The coldness in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. He waved his right hand, and thunder echoed in the dark world. Countless silver snakes appeared out of nowhere and charged toward Wang Lin. They turned into balls of lightning that charged toward the fierce beasts that didn't know if they were dead or alive. Thunderous rumbles echoed once more and shocked the void. Wang Lin charged out once more, and a fierce flame erupted from his body. Wherever he went, thunderous rumbles echoed as the fierce beasts collapsed one by one. Some blocked Wang Lin's path and were destroyed by the sword energy. There were even some that collided with Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's body trembled and was instantly crushed. The smell of blood became even stronger. As Wang Lin moved forward, not a single fierce beast could stop him. After moving forward for a while, the fierce beasts before him never stopped. Wang Lin let out a cold snort and waved his right hand. With a bang, a giant handprint appeared before Wang Lin. The moment the handprint appeared, a large amount of origin energy gathered like crazy, causing the handprint to instantly become corporeal. As Wang Lin waved his right hand, the palm print charged forward. All the fierce beasts that collided with the palm print let out miserable screams and died. The smell of blood became even stronger. However, Wang Lin's speed was even faster. With the war spirit print, all the fierce beasts were killed, allowing Wang Lin to arrive at the end of the passage marked on the jade. At this point, there was no path to take. The cold aura was bone-chilling and surrounded his body. Even his origin soul seemed to slow down. The war spirit print was hit by the cold aura, and crackling sounds came from it. Ice appeared on it, and in an instant, it turned into a giant ice statue that floated in the air. At this moment, in this world that was filled with a cold aura, streams of white aura suddenly appeared out of thin air, turning into ferocious beasts that emitted a chilling pressure. These fierce beasts looked different, but the ferocity in their eyes was far stronger than when they were killed by Wang Lin. The moment they appeared, they roared and charged at Wang Lin like crazy. At a glance, there were a lot of fierce beasts formed by white aura, and there was no end to them. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes. Without hesitation, he raised his right hand and tore open his storage space. Mosquito beasts appear. The moment Wang Lin's words echoed, there was a heaven-shaking roar that forced its way through the endless roars of the fierce beasts. Mosquito beasts charged out from the storage space. 1, 2, 10, 100, 1,000. More than 10,000. At this moment, more than 10,000 mosquito beasts appeared and surrounded Wang Lin. They ferociously charged at the fierce beasts. Wang Lin let out a roar. This roar was heaven-shaking, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. He stepped forward. Li Qianmei bit her lower lip. Her face was extremely pale, without the slightest trace of blood. However, her clothes were stained with fresh blood. All of her treasures had been used up. Even that long sword had been destroyed in exchange for a chance to escape. But right now, there was only despair in her heart. In this strange world, she was lonely and helpless. There were too many ferocious beasts here. No matter how she killed, it was impossible to kill them all. She looked around, biting her lower lip. Her face revealed a miserable expression. Around her, there were countless ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts roared and surrounded her. Their ferocious gazes seemed to want to tear her body apart. Li Qianmei's origin energy had been exhausted, and she had also used up all her pills. Her body was weak, but there was a sense of determination in her heart that supported her to struggle until now. The golden pen in her hand drew runes that surrounded her to resist the fierce beast's attacks. However, as she became weaker, the power of the runes couldn't cause much damage to the fierce beasts around her. If it wasn't for the blue light blocking the fierce beasts 100 feet away from her, she would have already died. However, right now, the blue light was constantly trembling as if it could collapse at any moment. The surrounding fierce beasts continued to attack the blue light, and their attacks became even more intense. From time to time, a whip-like shadow would tear through the air and arrive with a shocking, whistling sound. It would ruthlessly strike the blue light, and with each strike, the blue light would tremble even more violently and disappear for a moment. Every time this happened, a few fierce beasts would break through the blue light and arrive. Li Qianmei had to pay a great price to kill them. She couldn't hold on any longer. The vitality in her body had dissipated, and her origin energy had been consumed. At this moment, she was like a lamp without oil. Am I going to die? I wonder if he has awakened. I don't have a chance to see him. However, I don't regret this. 2 lines of tears fell from Li Qianmei's eyes as she looked ahead. After a long time, She slowly closed her eyes to wait for the blue light to collapse and death to arrive. Li Qianmei murmured, "I don't regret it." However, the moment she closed her eyes, a long howl that shook the sky and earth and brought with it a presence that would not waver, even if there were 10 million people there. It also brought with it a long howl that caused Li Qianmei's heart to tremble. It came from the distance, causing Li Qianmei to open her eyes swiftly. She stared in disbelief at the place where the voice had come from, and tears flowed down her cheeks once again. Chapter 1297. However, the world inside this crack was purple. From afar, it was monstrous purple. The invisible, cold aura was like an undercurrent that stirred up the wind and clouds. This caused this world to be filled with countless, unpredictable changes. Just as Li Qianmei's tears flowed down her face, and she opened her eyes to look at the source of the howl, the huge shadow of the whip suddenly closed in on the blue light around her and ruthlessly lashed at the blue light. The blue light trembled and collapsed for a moment. Immediately, several ferocious beasts roared and charged towards Li Qianmei. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He turned around and looked into the distance. He couldn't see what was happening there, but he could feel the fluctuations of a spell. There was an aura he was familiar with within the fluctuations of the spell. This aura belonged to Li Qianmei. Wang Lin was startled and didn't hesitate to charge toward the source of the spell. The surrounding fierce beasts were endless and continued to charge at him. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot. His hand formed a seal, and origin energy gathered. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. One fierce beast after another collapsed into a mist of blood. Wang Lin moved faster and faster. With the tens of thousands of mosquito beasts surrounding him, a giant vortex of slaughter formed around Wang Lin. Not a single fierce beast survived. Die, 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 die. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he charged out like crazy. The screams of the fierce beasts continued to echo, and they became even more mournful. Under this kind of slaughter and impact, Wang Lin's speed reached a peak. With one leap, he opened up a path of blood while surrounded by countless fierce beasts. Blood filled the air, and the smell of blood filled the world. Even the purple seemed to be dyed dark red. At this speed, Wang Lin got closer and closer to the source of the spell fluctuations. At this moment, he could clearly feel the weak aura coming from the spell fluctuations. It was as if Li Qianmei was facing great danger. With a roar, Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal, and the origin energy inside his body gathered in his palm. It turned into a blinding, golden light that rushed into the sky and exploded. The golden light shrouded the surrounding 5,000 kilometers, causing the dark world to brighten up. At the moment the world lit up, Wang Lin saw a scene he would never be able to forget. The image caused his mind to tremble, and he let out a roar that shook heaven and earth. A massive blast of energy caused his body to tremble, and a burst of madness exploded out. He saw a woman in white, surrounded by countless fierce beasts tens of thousands of feet away. Her face was pale as she stared at him and revealed a gentle smile. However, this smile seemed to be eternal. There was a faint blue light around his body, but outside the blue light, there was a huge shadow of a whip whizzing over and lashing at the blue light. The blue light collapsed, and the whip broke through the blue light and charged at Li Qianmei. Once the whip landed, Li Qianmei would without a doubt die. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Wang Lin let out a roar and raised his right hand. His expression was filled with madness and ferociousness as he pointed at the giant whip and shouted, "Stop!" An indescribable law filled the world in an instant. It turned into countless threads that wrapped around the whip that was lashing at Li Qianmei. Banging sounds echoed. The whip slowed down slightly, but it could not be stopped. Taking advantage of the moment the whip slowed down, Wang Lin's mind went blank. The only thought in his mind was to save Li Qianmei. He lifted his right foot and took a step forward. Immediately, ripples spread out from beneath his feet, and he disappeared from where he stood. He had melded into nothingness. Spatial bending. The giant whip contained a mysterious force that even law couldn't stop. Popping sounds echoed as the stop spell collapsed. The whip closed in on Li Qianmei and got closer and closer. Li Qianmei couldn't dodge or resist. At this moment, her vitality was about to be extinguished, and she was like a dried-up oil lamp. Even if the whip didn't hit her, she wouldn't be able to live for long. The injuries in her body had caused her origin soul to collapse, and the only thing that kept her alive was an indescribable will. The moment she saw Wang Lin, Li Qianmei revealed a smile. She was satisfied to be able to see Wang Lin before she died and know that Wang Lin was fine and had awakened was enough. She was very tired, very cold, and very exhausted. It was as if the past 10 years had consumed everything she had, and at this moment, all of it had erupted and was going to drown her. The whip had already closed in. With a thunderous rumble, the golden pin in Li Qianmei's hand suddenly collapsed and turned into a ray of golden light. The shadow of the whip lashed at Li Qianmei's body. However, just as the whip was 7 inches away from Li Qianmei's body, a crazed roar shook the heavens. A powerful palm appeared out of thin air beside Li Qianmei's body and grabbed the phantom whip. Wang Lin's figure stepped out from the void. The veins on his body were bulging and his eyes were red. He stood before Li Qianmei like a mountain blocking the wind and rain, blocking life and death for Li Qianmei. Li Qianmei stared at Wang Lin, and the smile on her face became even more gentle. However, his eyes gradually dimmed and the light in them slowly dissipated. The moment Wang Lin's right hand grabbed the whip, a powerful force arrived. It was as if tens of thousands of carriages had crashed into him. Even Wang Lin's body trembled, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. However, he didn't retreat half a step, because behind him was a woman he had to save, a woman named Li Qianmei. In his life, Wang Lin had only done this for one heir, and now there was another woman he owed too much. If he didn't do this, then he wouldn't be a man. His expression was ferocious. The moment the powerful force arrived, popping sounds echoed inside Wang Lin's body. He let out a roar as he grabbed the whip with his right hand and pulled. The ancient god star between Wang Lin's eyebrows appeared and rotated like crazy. Waves of ancient god power filled Wang Lin's body and entered his right hand. The image of an ancient god appeared around him, and as he pulled, Wang Lin let out a shocking roar. "Break for me!" As the roar echoed, a thunderous rumble came from the whip Wang Lin had grabbed, and it immediately collapsed. However, the moment it collapsed, a powerful force swept toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin still didn't retreat. He stood in front of Li Qianmei and resisted the force. He coughed out blood, but his eyes were filled with a monstrous coldness. "I don't care who you are. I won't allow you to take this woman's life." The smile on Li Qianmei's face became even more gentle. She looked at Wang Lin and softly said, "Thank you." After saying this, her eyelashes trembled and she slowly closed her eyes as if she was sleeping. Wang Lin's body trembled and he suddenly turned around. His right hand formed a seal and without hesitation, he pointed at Li Qianmei's body a few times. Origin energy surged into her body and sealed all the life force that was dying out. However, all of this couldn't stop the death aura from spreading and couldn't stop the life force from collapsing. Li Qianmei's origin soul began to weaken and her soul began to scatter. Even her body lost all its luster. Only the smile on her face became an eternal memory for Wang Lin. "You can't die. You can't die." Wang Lin's face was filled with sadness. He once again felt his own helplessness and once again felt like he was on the verge of collapsing. More than 1,000 years ago, he watched a woman grow old in his arms and slowly die. In the end, all that was left was her body and her sleeping soul. More than 1,000 years later, he saw a second woman in front of him. She was like a flower that was rapidly withering away. "If one day I'm no longer around, will you remember that there was a woman called Li Qianmei who walked through your life in a hurry? If one day I'm no longer around, I hope you will remember." Wang Lin's eyes were filled with sorrow. At that moment, he thought of Li Muin and his lover who had yet to awaken inside the heaven-avoiding coffin. However, The cruelty of the world made him feel the sorrow of the past once again. "I won't let you die." Wang Lin said words that even he couldn't hear clearly. His eyes were filled with madness as he raised his right hand and pressed down on Li Qianmei. Flowing time. The flowing time spell suddenly appeared. The giant stone door stood tall in the sky, and an ancient feeling filled the air. It turned into the flow of time that surrounded Li Qianmei's body. At that moment, her rapidly dying life force actually slowed down. However, the flowing time spell could not be stopped. Once it was stopped, Li Qianmei's life force would dissipate in a short period of time. From then on, there might be other women with the same name as Li Qianmei, but none of them would be her. His right hand contained the flowing time spell. As he continued to consume the origin energy in his body, he held Li Qianmei in his arms. He turned around to look at the dark sky, and his eyes were filled with monstrous, killing intent. Just at this moment, a thunderous roar came from the void. Two giant whips suddenly appeared and mercilessly lashed at Wang Lin. In the distance, countless fierce beasts let out bloodthirsty roars and charged at Wang Lin. Even further away, there were several giant fierce beasts that were 100,000 feet tall. Their eyes were filled with ferocity as they looked at Wang Lin. This place was endless, and it was filled with fierce beasts. "Qianmei, I'll take you out of here." Wang Lin closed his eyes and placed his right hand between his eyebrows. In an instant, a complex seal flashed between his eyebrows. His left hand reached between his eyebrows and mercilessly tore down. He opened all of the cultivation he had sealed in the seven-colored realm. At this moment, Wang Lin displayed his strongest appearance in the past 2,000 years. The next chapter will be late. A group of old friends that came back from outside are staring at me like tigers watching their prey. They want to drag me out to drink. My head hurts. I'll drink every day for a few days. After I finish serving these old masters, I'll come back to write. Chapter 1298. The seal collapsed as Wang Lin tore it open. The moment it collapsed, an indescribably powerful aura erupted from Wang Lin's body. This aura was very strong and formed a vortex. This vortex became larger and larger, causing the surrounding fierce beasts to reveal fear in their eyes. This was the result of absorbing the Tao fruit and being sealed by Wang Lin in the seven-colored realm. This caused his cultivation level to be stuck between peak Nirvana Cleanser and Nirvana Shatterer. He had been suppressed and couldn't take that step. At this moment, Wang Lin was inside the spatial crack. For Li Qianmei, to repay her 10 years of sacrifice, and for the decision a man should make, he didn't hesitate to open the seal. The moment the seal was opened, it was as if a mirror the size of the world had collapsed into countless fragments. The cracking sounds and the popping sounds coming from Wang Lin's body became the only sound in the world. All the roars of the beasts were suppressed. Even the few fierce beasts with Beast King auras began to tremble. It was as if a powerful force was gathering toward Wang Lin's body from all directions. Even the two giant whips that were closing in from the void paused for a moment before quickly charging toward Wang Lin. However, just as the two whips closed in, an indescribable aura erupted from Wang Lin's body. This aura went crazy and formed a giant vortex. The vortex swept the area and created a thunderous rumble. Wang Lin's roar came from the vortex. One of the two whips collapsed the moment it touched the vortex. The moment the second whip entered the vortex, it was caught by a palm. Wang Lin's body gave off an extremely dangerous aura, and his white hair moved without any wind. His left hand grabbed the whip, and his right hand held Li Qianmei. His eyes revealed a cold gaze. The sound of the mirror collapsing became even more intense. It was as if a force was trying to squeeze out from Wang Lin's body. The powerful aura coming from his body became even more intense. The origin energy in his body cycled like crazy. At this moment, endless origin energy rushed into his body. As the origin energy continued to gather, Wang Lin finally stepped past a threshold that was extremely difficult for a cultivator to cross. He had truly taken the first step from peak Nirvana cleanser to Nirvana shatterer. The moment he entered the Nirvana shatterer stage, everything in the world changed before Wang Lin's eyes. The origin energy rushed into his body like crazy, and he let out a roar at the sky. Roar! This roar shook the heavens and earth, surpassing all thunder. It turned into a sound wave that spread out in all directions. The rumbling sound reverberated endlessly, forming a destructive force. As this roar echoed, the fierce beasts closest to Wang Lin all bled out from their orifices. Their bodies collapsed, and popping sounds echoed as they turned into a blood mist. What was even more shocking was that the blood mist collapsed once more. The fierce beasts surrounding Wang Lin all collapsed into a pile of flesh and blood. This was no longer a slaughter, but a massacre. Since the birth of the spatial crack, this kind of large-scale massacre was extremely rare. Now that Wang Lin's roar caused hundreds of fierce beasts to explode, even the king beasts on the outside were filled with fear and retreated. For the fierce beasts, this scene was like a nightmare. However, the nightmare wasn't over. It had just begun. He broke through the peak of the Nirvana cleanser stage and successfully entered the Nirvana shatterer stage, becoming an early-stage Nirvana shatterer cultivator. However, this wasn't the end for Wang Lin. The power of the Tao fruit hadn't dissipated yet, and Wang Lin's 10 years of comprehension in the Tao realm erupted. The aura inside his body erupted once more. It became even stronger and crazier. All of this happened in a flash. With this eruption, Wang Lin suddenly went from the early stage of Nirvana Shatterer to the mid-stage of Nirvana Shatterer. If it wasn't for the fact that the spatial crack was strange and divine retribution couldn't appear, Wang Lin would have been struck by divine retribution. This divine retribution would be countless times stronger than before. This would be the most powerful divine retribution he would face in the first half of his life. When his cultivation level increased greatly and he reached the mid-stage of Nirvana Shatterer, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he stepped forward. The moment he moved, the vortex formed by origin energy around him suddenly exploded. An indescribable shockwave swept the area. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Under this impact, the fierce beasts couldn't avoid it at all. They all collapsed and died miserably. The smell of blood filled the world. It was very, very thick. Wang Lin was like a god of slaughter. As he moved forward, he grabbed the whip with his left hand and mercilessly pulled. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of bloodlight. The bloodlight turned into a palm-sized blood sword that charged into the void along with the whip. There was a thunderous bang, and the world seemed to tremble violently. As the world trembled, a clear, muffled groan came from the void. The whip collapsed and disappeared without a trace. There was a flash of bloodlight in the void, and the blood sword flew back. There was a drop of dark gold blood at the tip of the sword that flowed on the blade. Wang Lin held Li Qianmei in his right hand, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. He waved his left hand, and black wind appeared. It was called the wind. 8 black dragons appeared and roared as they surrounded Wang Lin. As he moved forward, a large amount of the remaining fierce beasts died. The blood sword contained a sliver of Wang Lin's divine sense, so it was like a hot knife through butter as it reaped the lives of the fierce beasts. Especially since this place was filled with blood, the blood sword seemed to be very excited. It let out a sharp sword hymn as it killed. It was as if it was drinking blood as it charged forward. Any beast that was pierced by it would tremble and lose all the blood in their body. Their bodies would wither and turn into bones in the blink of an eye. The blood-red light on the blood sword became denser and denser until it became more bewitching. The wind within the howl seemed to be cheering, as if it was so excited by this slaughter that it was trembling. It seemed like it had been a very long time since it had slaughtered like this. As it continued to slaughter, the aura of the blood sword increased like crazy and became even sharper. There were also the tens of thousands of mosquito beasts that were stimulated by the blood. They let out earth-shattering cries and fearlessly charged forward to slaughter the surrounding fierce beasts. Inside the spatial crack, Wang Lin was surrounded by countless fierce beasts. He used the mosquito beasts, the blood sword, and his mid-stage nirvana shatterer cultivation to carve out a path of blood. His clothes had already turned the color of blood. However, he didn't stop for a single breath. As he slaughtered like crazy, time continued to pass. After an unknown amount of time, there were fewer and fewer fierce beasts. Under this crazy slaughter, they were afraid. From the day they were born, the only thing they were afraid of was the aura of a king among their companions. No matter how strong a cultivator was, they would not be afraid of any foreign species, especially cultivators. Instead, it would only make them more and more ferocious. However, under Wang Lin's slaughter, for the first time, they were afraid. It was unknown how many fierce beasts had died to Wang Lin's spell. He didn't even remember. The world before him was filled with fierce beasts. He only knew that he had to kill. He had to carve out a path of blood and take Li Qianmei out of this spatial crack. He had to disregard Tuo Sen's existence and go to the outer realm to find Dao Master Blue Dream, who seemed to be related to Li Qianmei. Dao Master Blue Dream had given up on making things difficult for Wang Lin in the seven-colored realm because of Li Qianmei's bracelet. With Wang Lin's intelligence and Li Qianmei's identity as an orphan, he had roughly guessed some things. With Dao Master Blue Dream's cultivation, he can definitely save Li Qianmei. This was Wang Lin's only hope. Even if his body was crushed, he was going to send Li Qianmei there. This was what he owed Li Qianmei, and he had to repay it. Inside the spatial crack, there was a cold undercurrent in the purple world. Blood and broken bodies of fierce beasts floated in the air. It was like a Shura hell. The blood mist was thick and sticky, forming a sea of blood. In this sea of blood, there were only 5,000 mosquito beasts left. However, these remaining 5,000 mosquito beasts were filled with killing intent, far surpassing the beasts in the Wind Celestial Realm. In the Wind Celestial Realm, it was the world of the mosquito beasts. Aside from the battles between kings, ordinary mosquito beasts wouldn't encounter many battles. This hindered the evolution of the mosquito beasts. However, in this cruel spatial crack, the mosquito beasts gradually stimulated their bloodline as special fierce beasts. All those that survived were incomparably cruel. In particular, the Mosquito King let out a monstrous roar. Its large mouth could shake the mind of anyone who saw it. If anyone met its ruthless and indifferent gaze, they would feel a chill in their heart. Apart from the mosquito beasts, the blood swords in the Sea of Blood were also moving around and spinning in the Sea of Blood. The demonic glow on the swords was even more blinding as they emitted a peerless, ferocious aura. It was as if there was a soul that was devouring the blood and slowly awakening. There was only a Sea of Blood left within 10,000 feet of the spatial crack. No fierce beast dared to take half a step inside. They all looked at Wang Lin in fear. However, just at this moment, a sharp whistle came from the void within the spatial crack. 9 whip shadows suddenly appeared and charged at Wang Lin from all directions. At the same time, a huge figure appeared in the sky above. It was a huge scorpion with 9 tails. This scorpion was more than 100,000 feet tall, and its majestic body gave off a shocking pressure. It wasn't corporeal but illusory. Before it was a woman in black with a scorpion tattoo on her face. Her eyes were gloomy, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth as she stared at Wang Lin. "I'm the ancient emperor's imperial concubine's purple blood. Who are you?" This group of grandsons was too good at drinking. They practically crawled back and finally finished updating in a daze. They didn't break their promise. Chapter 1299. Shursan's Humanoid Beast. Wang Lin stood in the Sea of Blood, and his eyes lit up as he looked at the woman in black with the scorpion shadow behind her. He immediately recognized that this woman was not a cultivator, but someone who had reached a certain level of cultivation and could transform from a beast into a human. The whip shadow that had destroyed the blue light around Li Qianmei was caused by the 9-tailed scorpion behind the woman in black. Without the scorpion, Li Qianmei wouldn't have been so seriously injured and would have been able to last until Wang Lin arrived. The moment he saw the woman in black and the scorpion shadow, Killing intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He could tell at a glance that although the woman in black had taken human form, her cultivation was only equal to a cultivator at the second heaven's blight. He did not answer her question at all. His body swayed and turned into an afterimage in the sea of blood as he strode towards the black-robed woman. The moment he moved, the blood sword swept by and instantly arrived next to Wang Lin. He grabbed it with his left hand and mercilessly chopped down. The expression of the woman in black changed. She had been injured by the blood sword before, so she immediately retreated and waved her hands to the side. The giant scorpion shadow behind her trembled and let out a roar. The 9 tails swung at the same time toward Wang Lin like 9 whips. Wang Lin's expression was ferocious, and he didn't stop at all. He swept the blood sword and released a ray of sword energy. There was also a sharp whistle coming from the sword energy as it charged toward the 9-tailed whip shadow. Thunderous rumbles suddenly rang out, and the rays of sword light scattered in all directions. They swept up the sea of blood, causing it to rise into the sky and turn into a blood-colored vortex that swept out. Under the violent rumbles, the 3 whips collapsed. There was a flash of bloodlight. The blood sword was indestructible, and in a flash, it cut through the 4 whip shadows. The remaining 2 got close to Wang Lin. Wang Lin waved his left sleeve and gathered origin energy. He also activated his ancient god power to create a powerful gust of wind that collided with the 2 whip shadows. With a loud boom, the 2 whips collapsed. After breaking the seal and digesting the Tao fruit, Wang Lin had entered the Nirvana Shatterer stage and became a mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. He had also absorbed the ancient god energy from the everlasting sect, and his ancient god stars had recovered. He had become a true 6-star ancient god, and even the 7th star had taken shape. Adding in the strange blood sword refined by the blood of an ancient god, the power Wang Lin could display was even stronger than when he fought Taoist water. Furthermore, the 5 essences inside of him had awakened. Although the essence power they emanated was weak, they were constantly growing stronger. In other words, Wang Lin was at his most powerful state in his 2,000 years of cultivation. It could be said that the current Wang Lin had truly stepped into the ranks of the powerful. Whether it was in the inner or outer realms, he was strong enough to become an overlord, a mere sure, sand-human-shaped beast. What qualifications do you have to stop me? What qualifications do you have to ask for my name? Wang Lin's clothes were blood red, and even his hair seemed to be dyed red by blood. He charged at the woman in black like a blood meteor. The woman's face became even more pale, and her eyes were filled with shock. She originally thought the most difficult thing to deal with would be the blood sword that had injured her. But now she realized that although this cultivator's cultivation level wasn't high, for some reason, he had the power to kill her. Seeing Wang Lin closing in like a meteor, the woman immediately retreated. Her hands formed a seal, and she waved her right hand. A black whip appeared in her hand. This whip wasn't a shadow, it was real. It was covered in thorns and had a sickle-like barb at the end. What kind of whip was this? It was clearly a scorpion tail. The woman in black held the scorpion tail whip in her right hand and lashed out. The sound of the whip breaking echoed across the void. Popping sounds echoed as if it could tear open the world. The moment Wang Lin closed in, it smashed down. Wang Lin sneered and waved his left hand. The blood sword let out an excited cheer and shot forward toward the whip. At the same time, Wang Lin's left hand pressed down and origin energy gathered like crazy. He looked at the 5 fingers on his left hand one by one. He replaced his right hand that was holding Li Qianmei and used the spell he had learned from Master Lu Fu. Origin energy surged and gathered in Wang Lin's left hand. It contained an indescribable destructive force and the power of an ancient god. As Wang Lin slammed his palm toward the woman in black, the spell in his left hand rushed out. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the palm print Wang Lin had sent out lit up the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers. It was like a sun as it descended on the woman in black. The woman's face was filled with terror, and she let out a shrill scream. She ignored the scorpion tail whip and bit the tip of her tongue to spit out blood. The blood immediately collapsed and turned into a blood mist that surrounded her body, forcing her to retreat like crazy. As she retreated, she crouched on the ground. Her clothes were torn, revealing her snow-white skin. At the same time, sharp barbs protruded out of her body, as if there was a huge scorpion inside her body. As she retreated, the scorpion broke through her body and charged out. However, the moment it charged out, the palm print caught up and landed on the blood mist. A heaven-shaking rumble and a shrill scream echoed. At this instant, the blood sword swept out. The scorpion tail whip couldn't stop it at all and was cut in half. In this battle against the woman in black, Wang Lin had an overwhelming advantage. The woman in black couldn't resist at all. It was as if before Wang Lin, she could only retreat, retreat, retreat. I am under the command of the ancient imperial concubine EU. If you dare to kill me, the imperial concubine will kill your entire clan. That mournful cry came from the retreating blood mist, but it didn't make Wang Lin retreat at all. Instead, he chased even faster. Kill my entire clan? My entire clan is dead, and I am the only one left. You hurt this woman, so I will take your life. I will refine you into a treasure and make you suffer endless pain. Wang Lin's voice was cold as he chased after her. He raised his left hand and slammed down again. A thunderous rumble echoed, but the moment Wang Lin's left hand slammed down, his eyes narrowed. He couldn't help but pause and take a few steps back. The moment he retreated, the blood mist collapsed and a shockwave swept out. There was also a fierce aura, but the woman in black was no longer inside the blood mist. A giant black scorpion suddenly appeared. This scorpion was originally only a few dozen feet long, but the moment it appeared, it began to rapidly grow larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, it had become 100,000 feet long. The shadow of the scorpion overlapped with it like a cultivator's origin soul had returned. The moment they overlapped, a bloody wind blew by. The flesh on the head of the scorpion moved and turned into a human face. It was the woman in black. She stared at Wang Lin with hatred and let out a shrill scream. The 9 corporeal scorpion tails behind her swung and let out a thunderous roar. The void was disturbed as if it was going to collapse. With a shrill scream and hatred, the giant scorpion charged at Wang Lin. Aside from the 9 tails, there were also 2 giant pincers aimed at Wang Lin. Before the giant scorpion, Wang Lin was like an ant. He was insignificant, but his expression remained the same. He let out a cold snort and hit his brow with his left hand. His ancient god stars appeared and rotated like crazy. As they rotated, ancient god power rushed into Wang Lin's body, causing his bones to lengthen and his flesh to swell. His body grew to 100 feet, 1,000 feet, and in the blink of an eye, he was nearly 10,000 feet tall. Rough skin, earth-shattering pressure, and an ancient aura. At this moment, an ancient god appeared in the world. Ancient god! After seeing the stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows, the woman in black revealed unimaginable shock. Wang Lin's eyes seemed to contain the starry sky and shine brightly. He held Li Qianmei in his hand as he took a step forward. He clenched his left hand into a fist and swung it forward. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the giant scorpion trembled violently. Its body seemed to be pushed to the side. When the pincer collided with Wang Lin's left arm, popping sounds echoed and cracks appeared on the pincer. Intense pain spread out, causing the face on the scorpion to reveal a pained expression. Wang Lin didn't stop. He charged out again and caught up to the giant scorpion in an instant. His body flickered, and he landed on the scorpion's back. His left hand smashed down like crazy. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The scorpion let out a miserable scream as its 2 pincers collapsed and blood filled the air. The moment the 9 tails arrived, Wang Lin's left hand reached out and grabbed 2 of them. Then he jumped into the air. Wang Lin held onto the scorpion's tail. As he jumped, he couldn't break free from the ancient god's strength and was pulled up. Wang Lin hated this scorpion to the bone. At this moment, he pulled it up and smashed it down. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The scorpion's body was too big. At this moment, It was grabbed by Wang Lin and smashed into a large group of fierce beasts in the distance, killing them all. However, this wasn't the end. Wang Lin grabbed the giant scorpion's tail and dragged it forward. Along the way, he smashed it down and broke through the encirclement of countless fierce beasts. The fierce beasts looked at Wang Lin with indescribable fear, as if they were looking at a sure sand. However, they couldn't retreat as fast as Wang Lin, especially with the giant scorpion in Wang Lin's hand. As he rushed forward, thunderous rumbles continued. The scorpion was used as a weapon by him, and as he smashed it down again and again, it became weaker and weaker. Even its screams became weaker. The mosquito beasts around Wang Lin began to buzz violently, especially the Mosquito King. It stared at the scorpion with desire. Chapter 1300. You hurt her, so you'll have to pay the price. Wang Lin's voice was cold as he grabbed the scorpion and smashed it down again. The two tails he grabbed were torn apart, and the scorpion's huge body fell into the void. There were many cracks all over its body, and a large amount of blood flowed out. The moment it fell, the Mosquito King let out a violent hiss and rushed out like crazy. It closed in on the scorpion and mercilessly stabbed its mouth into the cracks on the scorpion's body. It inhaled and revealed an excited expression. Behind it, the remaining 5,000 mosquito beasts rushed out and surrounded the scorpion. Their sharp mouth parts stabbed into the scorpion and began to suck like crazy. The scorpion let out a miserable scream, as if it was struggling for the last time in its life. However, this struggle was weak and couldn't stop the 5,000 mosquito beasts from sucking. Even if Wang Lin saw this, he couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. In just a few breaths of time, the scorpion's body rapidly withered and all of its blood was lost. Even its understanding of the heavens was absorbed by the mosquito beasts. The Mosquito King let out a cry of ecstasy. Its body trembled, and its cultivation level increased greatly. Not only it, but the remaining 5,000 mosquito beasts also let out excited cries. They tasted the blood of vicious beasts and absorbed the essence within, allowing their bodies to grow crazily. At this moment, they suddenly scattered, chasing after the vicious beasts that were fleeing in all directions. Once they were caught, they would often attack in groups, as if they had gone half-mad, continuously sucking blood. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the mosquito beasts and walked toward the giant scorpion's corpse. He waved his left hand and tore off the remaining 7 scorpion tails. The 9 tails gathered together, and he spat out a mouthful of origin energy that turned into blue flames. As the flames burned, restrictions began to flash in Wang Lin's eyes. A moment later, the 9 scorpion tails fused into one and were put into his storage space by Wang Lin. He formed a fist with his left hand and punched the scorpion's head. Its head exploded, revealing a fist-sized black core. Within the black core, the black-clothed woman's face flickered with fear. If a sure, sand-level dire beast could take human form, it would be as if it had 2 lives. Even if its beast body collapsed, its primordial spirit would condense in its body. Wang Lin squeezed the black core, his eyes shining with cold light. His divine sense spread out, enveloping the black core, piercing through it as he began to search the black-robed woman's nascent divinity. Gradually, Wang Lin saw the life of the sure, sand-rank scorpion. He saw that countless years ago, the scorpion was only rank 7, but a woman happened to see it. That woman placed her right hand on the scorpion, leaving behind a mark, and said a few words. A very intelligent little beast. I will bestow you the name Purple Blood. You will become one of the beast generals under my command. You will treat my injuries and protect me. The woman's figure was blurry, and it was impossible to see her appearance. In the scorpion's memories, it was extremely respectful of this woman. As the memories flowed, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He knew that there were 19 fierce beasts that could take human form inside this crack. He knew how big this crack was. It was boundless, and even these ferocious beasts didn't know where it ended. They only knew that there were more powerful, ferocious beasts in the depths of the crack. They wouldn't easily step out, but every time they stepped out, a huge wave would be created. As for the origin of this crack, Even the black-clothed woman did not know. It only knew that it had existed here since the day it was born. It also knew that there was a sealed area deep within the crack, and the woman that the scorpion respected was healing her injuries there. Moreover, far too much time had passed. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense and pondered. He understood that this place might not lead to the outer realm like the demon sect had guessed, but a mysterious place. For some unknown reason, when Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense from the black core and searched the scorpion's memories, he couldn't help but think of the giant mosquito king struggling to escape from the depths of the wind celestial realm. The world inside the crack was chaotic, and there were countless mosquito beasts inside. Could there be some connection between these two places? Wang Lin pondered a bit and no longer thought about it. He turned around and rushed toward the exit he had entered. Since he wasn't sure if this place led to the outer realm, Wang Lin wouldn't waste time here. He had to rush back to the demon sect and find a way to break the realm sealing formation to find Tao Master Blue Dream. At first, it was the fierce beast that surrounded Wang Lin, but now it was Wang Lin hunting the fierce beasts as he moved forward. As he continued to kill, he moved even faster toward the exit. As for Li Qianmei, Wang Lin's flowing time spell didn't stop at all. He continued to use it to prevent her vitality from dying. Time slowly passed. As Wang Lin rushed forward, the fierce beasts were killed by the mosquito beasts one by one. The blood sword circled the area, and once it detected a fierce beast, it would immediately charge out. As for the 9 abyss dragon that he had subdued, it had long since escaped to some unknown place. Wang Lin gradually got closer and closer to the exit according to the passage in the jade. He became anxious. The flowing time spell could only delay the extinction of Li Qianmei's vitality, but it couldn't stop it. As a result, the slower he moved, the less chance Li Qianmei had of surviving. However, Wang Lin had seen the realm sealing formation once before, so he wasn't confident he could break it. The divine retribution hasn't descended in this spatial crack, but I can feel it. Once I leave this spatial crack, the divine retribution will immediately descend. Perhaps, with the power of the divine retribution, I can break the realm sealing formation. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he moved even faster. However, just as he was halfway there and was about to reach the exit, a soft voice slowly drifted over from the crack world. "You killed my beast general and left in a hurry. You have to give me an explanation." This voice was very calm, but it appeared too suddenly. Even Wang Lin didn't notice it before. The moment this voice entered his ears, Wang Lin immediately stopped and turned to look behind him. A woman had unknowingly appeared behind him. She wore red and was very beautiful. She calmly looked at Wang Lin, and her eyes seemed to contain the stars. It was as if there was an invisible vortex that could attract all gazes. "What explanation do you want?" Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but his pupils shrank. His left hand reached at the void, and a monstrous red light appeared. The blood sword appeared. The woman's gaze fell on the blood sword. Her eyes revealed a strange light, and she softly said, "I recognize this sword. It once injured the Celestial Emperor. You are a royal ancient god, so you can use the power of this sword." Wang Lin stared at the woman and was on guard. The feeling this woman gave him wasn't strong, but he vaguely understood that this woman didn't come with her original body, but an avatar. The woman twirled her hair and softly said, "Don't be nervous. My original body is healing. Although my avatar is at the Heaven's Blight stage, it might not be able to keep you here. I also don't want to be your enemy." Wang Lin didn't say a word, and his expression didn't reveal any of his thoughts. However, he tightened his grip on the blood sword in his left hand. The woman looked at Wang Lin and softly said, "I am one of the concubines of the ancient Celestial Emperor. My name is Yu. The vitality of the woman beside you is about to die, but from your expression, it seems you have a way to revive her. I can't keep you here, but I can stop you from leaving and completely destroy her vitality." Wang Lin's expression remained the same, and he was unmoved. However, there was a hint of determination in his calmness as he slowly said, "If she dies, I won't leave this place. Instead, I will kill my way to the place where you are healing and kill you. You can give it a try." The woman revealed a look of admiration and softly smiled. "That is indeed possible. How about this? I will send you out of here and give you time to revive that woman. All you need is a promise." "What promise?" Wang Lin frowned. "After you save this woman, you have to come to this crack again and help me heal my injuries. I won't let you do it for nothing. Although I don't know everything about the depths of this crack, I do know that there's an ancient god sacrificial altar. If you help me heal, I'll help you get to that altar. I believe you know what the ancient god altar is. I will also make a Tao oath with you to form an alliance, and we will not become enemies." The woman looked at Wang Lin and softly said. Wang Lin pondered. He didn't know what the ancient god altar was, but from the woman's expression, it seemed like she was very confident that he would be tempted. "Why me?" "Because you are a royal ancient god. Because you can control the blood sword that injured the celestial emperor in the past. Because you have the aura of someone I am familiar with, and I believe you have obtained his approval. Because your body contains 5 essences. Once these 5 essences reach completion, you can even fight against the celestial emperor. These are the reasons why I chose to form an alliance with you. If you form an alliance with me, I can give you the same benefits." The woman looked at Wang Lin and said these words. Wang Lin's expression was the same as usual, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. The woman chuckled and waved her right hand. A white light flashed and floated toward Wang Lin. "With this jade pendant, you can come to this crack from any place. You can also use this jade pendant to teleport to the exit. I will wait for you." After the woman finished speaking, she turned around and left. It seemed like she had only come to deliver the jade pendant. After accepting the jade pendant, Wang Lin looked in the direction the woman left and frowned again. What is this person's goal? What kind of existence is the ancient god altar? While pondering, Wang Lin's divine sense swept the jade pendant in his hand. It was very simple. There was only one transfer array, but the structure was very complicated. However, with Wang Lin's understanding of restrictions, he could see that there was no danger inside. After pondering a bit, he sent a strand of divine sense into the jade pendant. There was a flash of light, and that strand of divine sense disappeared and appeared at the exit of the crack. After confirming that there was no danger, Wang Lin suppressed his doubts about the woman. The jade pendant flashed, and his body disappeared. The moment Wang Lin left, inside the world, inside the crack, there was a hexagonal red crystal. This crystal was about 100 feet wide and looked like a block of ice. Inside it sat a woman. The woman's eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze passed through the crystal and looked into the void. It was unknown what she was thinking. Chapter 13:01. In a cloud sea, the thousands of cultivators were still sitting outside the spatial crack where the demon sect was. They were recovering their origin energy, and they would occasionally open their eyes to look at the spatial crack. They were used to this kind of life, and they had lived like this for many years. The 3 people from the demon sect, surrounded by fog, were also sitting in the distance. Their gazes swept past the crack. It had been nearly 1 month since Wang Lin entered the spatial crack. For cultivators, 1 month was an extremely short period of time. Often, several months would pass in one moment of cultivation. However, at this moment, none of the surrounding cultivators, including the 3 people from the demon sect, were in the mood to cultivate for a long time. This was because the spatial crack they were familiar with had become extremely strange during this 1 month. The inside of the spatial crack was too quiet, so quiet that it was terrifying. It was as if the inside of the spatial crack had become a dead zone. This was something that had rarely happened in the past countless years. Normally, fierce beasts would charge out from the spatial crack, and there would be bursts of roars coming from inside. However, right now, it was completely silent. If this was it, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, not only was the spatial crack silent, there was also the smell of blood coming out. Although the smell of blood was very faint, it was endless. It was as if a heaven-shaking slaughter had occurred inside the spatial crack. The range of the slaughter was too large, and the entire world inside the spatial crack had turned into hell. The silence and the stench of blood inside the crack turned into an invisible pressure. This pressure became stronger and stronger until it weighed down on the thousands of cultivators outside the crack. No one could enter a meditative state. Just at this moment, a ray of green light shot out from the crack. The moment the green light appeared, all the surrounding cultivators' gazes focused on it. The green light shot out from the crack and turned into the figure of an old man. This old man was one of the 6 great experts among the thousands of cultivators. He had decided to sneak into the spatial crack a few days ago, and no one had stopped him. Everyone wanted to know what had happened inside the spatial crack. When the old man returned, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. Terror filled his face, and when everyone's gazes gathered on him, he spoke in a hoarse voice. "There are corpses everywhere. They're all the corpses of ferocious beasts. They're in pieces and were pushed out from the depths of the crack by a force. I didn't go too deep, but there's a thick stench of blood inside. I can feel that because too many ferocious beasts died in the depths of the crack. It's probably turned into a sea of blood. There are ferocious beasts of all levels, and there are even king beasts. All of them were killed in one blow, and their bodies collapsed." The old man's words caused the expressions of the surrounding cultivators to change greatly. Even though they had their guesses, they were still shocked to hear it confirmed. All of this must have been caused by the cultivator who entered looking for Li Qianmei a month ago. That person's cultivation is unfathomable. To actually be able to cause such a calamity in this battlefield. It's just that all of this is too inconceivable. No matter how high his cultivation is, he's only a single person. How could he cause such a massacre? Even the elder of the demon sect was no match for that cultivator and was left with internal injuries. That person's cultivation is shocking, but I don't think he caused all of this. After all, there are too many ferocious beasts in this spatial crack. It's impossible for him to kill so many by himself. It's likely that a new emperor beast was born in this spatial crack, or another fierce beast that has taken human form has appeared. These fierce beasts often fight each other, so this might have been done by that mysterious emperor beast. When the surrounding cultivators heard the old man's words, they all went into an uproar. They looked at the spatial crack with shock in their eyes, but they also became highly vigilant. The 3 people from the demon sect also had serious expressions. One of them was about to take out a jade to send a message back to the demon sect, but just at this moment, the space outside the spatial crack changed greatly. Due to the appearance of the bright nebulae, there was a faint light that didn't affect one's vision. In fact, to the cultivators here, everything was clearly visible. But suddenly, the starry sky seemed to darken, and a powerful pressure gathered from all directions. This pressure was so powerful that it could not be described with words. The moment it appeared, cracking sounds echoed in the starry sky. It was as if space itself was being squeezed by this omnipresent pressure. Some of the thousands of cultivators with low cultivation bases turned pale under the pressure. Popping sounds came from within their bodies, as if their bones were rubbing against each other. Blood sprayed from their mouths, as their minds were severely injured. What is this? The expressions of the thousands of cultivators changed greatly, and they all spread out their cultivation to resist this pressure. Then they looked up at the sky. Rumbling clouds began to form in the starry sky. Clouds weren't supposed to appear in the starry sky, but now they had appeared. The rolling clouds were purple in color, and they were dense and boundless. They appeared out of thin air and enveloped the surrounding star field. The clouds squirmed, and they were still madly condensing. As it condensed, the pressure grew stronger and stronger. Loud rumbling sounds came from the clouds, like roars and shouts that shook the heavens and the earth, causing the entire starry sky to tremble. It was as if a gap to another world had been opened in the clouds. A giant pavilion appeared inside the gap. This pavilion was made of white jade, and it continued to squeeze out from the gap. The thunderous rumbles became even more intense, and endless bolts of thunder moved through the clouds. Sometimes they would collide and create heaven-shaking rumbles. At this moment, the star system trembled as if it was going to collapse. The pressure became stronger and stronger. The clouds seemed to be boundless and spread like crazy. In the blink of an eye, they shrouded more than half of the Rank 9 region. The thousands of cultivators' minds trembled as they stared at the sky. A sense of fear from their souls erupted. It was unknown who retreated first, but in just a moment, the thousands of cultivators retreated like crazy. They wanted to get away from the clouds. Divine retribution! This is divine retribution! A shrill scream came from the crowd. When the surrounding cultivators heard this, their faces turned pale, and they retreated as if they had gone mad. Divine retribution. It really is divine retribution. The three people from the demon sect trembled, and their eyes were filled with fear. They didn't hesitate to retreat. There was a thunderous rumble. A thunderous rumble came from the clouds and caused the entire star system to tremble. Hundreds of cultivators coughed out blood and fell to the ground. The thunderous rumble turned into a sound wave that spread out. In the blink of an eye, it shook the entire Rank 9 region. The thick fog in the Rank 9 region instantly collapsed under the rumble of the thunder and clouds. The many fierce beasts hidden inside let out terrified roars. It was like the end of the Rank 9 region had arrived, and a huge wave was set off. The moment the clouds appeared and the thunderous rumble echoed inside the demon sect, all the elders awakened from their cultivation. Their expressions changed greatly as they charged out of their sects and appeared among the stars. The moment the 16 elders of the demon sect appeared and saw the clouds, their pupils shrank. What kind of divine retribution is this? This is immeasurable divine retribution. Just as the elders of the demon sect were shocked, an ancient voice echoed from the demon sect. This voice was solemn, as if he cared a lot about the divine retribution in the clouds. Greetings, High Elder. When the 16 elders heard this voice, they immediately looked at the demon sect with respectful expressions. A ray of white light flew out from the demon sect and turned into a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe. Although he looked young, he gave off an ancient aura, as if he had lived for far too long. Divine retribution is ever-changing, but it is nothing more than thunder, God, might, and so on. Only this immeasurable divine retribution is the most terrifying and unpredictable. Rumor has it that it is on the same level as the heavens and is a sure-kill divine retribution. I don't know which fellow cultivator triggered this kind of divine retribution. The middle-aged man revealed a melancholy expression as he looked at the clouds that were spreading like crazy and slowly spoke. The sect master once said that all living beings need to go through immeasurable divine retribution. I didn't expect the old man to really see immeasurable divine retribution. Open the formation at the sect and let all the cultivators outside enter the demon sect. Otherwise, they will all be destroyed by this immeasurable divine retribution. The middle-aged man stared at the clouds, and his expression became even more serious. His words were like an order. The 16 elders spread out their divine senses, and the demon sect planet opened. A large amount of demon sect members flew out and guided the cultivators outside the battlefield. The disciples of the demon sect were like a mortal army. Once they gave order, they used some unknown method to guide all the cultivators back to the demon sect planet. The moment there were no cultivators outside the demon sect's formation suddenly opened. Thunderous rumbles echoed, as if it wanted to compete with the power of the divine retribution. Finally, the formation completely covered all the planets in the demon sect. My demon sect has no one to face divine retribution. With the power of the formation, there should be no problem. The old man wants to see who could trigger this kind of divine retribution. The middle-aged man's gaze was like a torch. It was as if his gaze could penetrate the void and directly look at the battlefield. The clouds spread like crazy. In a short period of time, they completely shrouded the Rank 9 region. Thunder rumbled inside the clouds, shocking all the cultivators who saw it. As the clouds continued to spread, The gap that led to the other world began to tear open. Half of the white jade pavilion had already been squeezed out. The pupils of the high elder of the demon sect, the middle-aged man in a Taoist robe, immediately shrank as he stared at the half-exposed white jade pavilion. He saw a statue sitting in the lotus position on the pavilion, and there were 2 stone swords stabbed into the ground before the statue. Chapter 1302. Thunderous booms came from the clouds at that instant. They rose and fell, and as they rose and fell, they connected with each other to form a thunderous rumble that grew louder and louder. The strength of this thunder was indescribable. As it rumbled, the entire star system trembled violently. The star fog churned, and a large amount of fierce beasts died. The wild continents shattered one by one. Even the demon sect's formation flashed rapidly to resist this thunderous rumble that seemed to have existed since the beginning of the world. The countless cultivators in the demon sect trembled under this crazy, thunderous rumble. They couldn't summon any will to resist, as if they were ants that couldn't withstand a single blow from the might of the heavens. Divine retribution is like this. Divine retribution is like this. At this moment, the scene of this divine retribution was engraved in the minds of all the cultivators that saw it for the rest of their lives. If they couldn't break through this imprint, then their cultivation would stop for the rest of their lives. However, once they broke through this imprint, their cultivation levels would increase by leaps and bounds. This thunderous rumble became even more intense, and space itself trembled. Tearing sounds came from the spatial rift. A moment later, the thunderous rumble spread across the entire Rank 9 region, and even spread out like crazy. Even the Rank 8 region could hear it clearly. Divine retribution. Divine retribution. The thunderous rumble seemed to turn into these 2 words that came from the clouds. At this moment, the thunderous rumble that replaced all sound in the world suddenly pierced through the clouds that shrouded the entire Rank 9 region. The bolts of lightning were completely purple as they pierced through the clouds and charged at the crack outside the demon sect. Bolts of lightning, bolts of thunder, and bolts of purple lightning replaced the entire sky and attracted the gazes of almost all the cultivators in the Rank 9 region. There were too many bolts of thunder, and the roar was earth-shattering. As the endless purple lightning shuttled back and forth, it crossed an endless distance in an instant. It was as if nothing in this world could stop this lightning, and there was no concept of distance at all. In an instant, the endless purple lightning that shrouded the entire Rank 9 region gathered outside the rift and formed a lightning net. As it condensed, the lightning net shrank into a bolt of lightning more than 10,000 feet wide. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The lightning shot toward the fissure, bringing with it a killing intent that could destroy everything, destroy the heavens, and destroy all living things. This bolt of lightning attracted the attention of everyone. At this moment, the minds of all the cultivators that saw this bolt of lightning went blank. The only thing that remained was this indescribable bolt of divine retribution thunder. This was a bolt of thunder that no life could stop or resist. However, just as the bolt of thunder descended on the spatial rift, a figure in red walked out. As soon as this figure appeared, a monstrous smell of blood filled the air. This smell came from his clothes and aura. It was as if this person had killed too many people in the rift, so the smell of blood had solidified around his body. He appeared just as the bolt of thunder arrived. The bolt of thunder was too fast, and it instantly closed in on this person. It was going to turn him to dust and make him disappear from this world forever. This figure in red was Wang Lin. The moment the bolt of thunder arrived, Wang Lin's right hand protected Li Qianmei. He raised his left hand and pressed down on the bolt of thunder. One person, one hand, and 2 indifferent eyes. The moment he walked out of the spatial rift, he challenged the divine retribution and the world. Ryu Blel. The bolt of thunder slammed into Wang Lin's left hand, and an even more intense sound echoed out. The starry sky around Wang Lin collapsed, and countless rifts spread out. The rift behind him was ripped open several times wider. His body trembled, and his left hand trembled. However, his expression was the same as ever as he clenched his fist. Divine tribulation lightning is useless against me. The clench of his fist caused the bolt of thunder to tremble violently. Amidst the roar of thunder, a will from Wang Lin's left hand poured into the bolt of thunder, a will that wanted to compete with the heavenly tribulation for control over the lightning of heaven and earth. The two wills within the 3,000-meter bolt of thunder slammed into each other, causing the bolt of thunder to collapse. With Wang Lin at the center, the boundless violet lightning collapsed and spread out in all directions. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have turned into a domain of lightning. Thunderous rumbles continued. Although the 3,000-meter bolt of thunder collapsed, Wang Lin was no longer the same as before. When facing the heavenly tribulation, he wouldn't simply face it, he would break it. His right hand grabbed Li Qianmei and threw her on his back. Then his origin energy formed a rope that tied the two of them together. After doing all of this, Wang Lin's hand formed a seal, and he waved his hand. The thunder rumbled once more with him as the center. I am thunder, and I exercise the power of the heavens and earth. All thunder, listen to my command. Rise. Wang Lin's words were filled with majesty. The moment he spoke, the violet thunder around him charged into the clouds. Countless bolts of thunder rushed out and surrounded Wang Lin. This scene terrified the demon sect cultivators, and they were all dumbfounded. The High Elder's eyes shined brightly, and he took a deep breath. Break the heavenly tribulation for me. Wang Lin's hand pointed to the clouds, and he let out a heaven-shaking roar. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the thunder charged into the sky and condensed into a 10,000-foot bolt of thunder that contained Wang Lin's will. It smashed into the clouds. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the thunder collided with the clouds, creating a sound even more intense than before. This sound spread across the Rank 9 region like crazy. In the god sect, Mu Bingmei, who had been imprisoned for 10 years, awakened from her cultivation. She looked at the sky, which had turned black and was trembling violently as if the sky was going to collapse. Beside her, Wang Shanshan's face was pale, and she also looked at the sky. In the god sect, in the secret chamber where Taoist water was, the 7-colored light between his eyebrows dimmed and his 7-colored nail appeared. At this moment, the veins on his body swelled, and he was about to force the 7-colored nail out. The thunderous rumbles from before didn't distract him. He was at the most critical moment. Even if the sky was going to collapse, he wasn't allowed to look at it. His entire focus was on forcing the 7-color nail out. However, just at this moment, the thunder rumbled once more. This thunder contained Wang Lin's will, and as the sound echoed, it fell into the secret chamber Taoist water was in. The 7-colored nail between his eyebrows had become dimmer and dimmer, but at this moment, it resonated with Wang Lin's will and shined brightly once more. As the light flashed violently, Taoist water's expression changed greatly, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. All his previous efforts had been for nothing. He stared dumbfoundedly ahead and let out an earth-shattering roar. In the Rank 9 region, the heaven-breaking sect also heard the thunder and saw the clouds. They immediately activated the sect protection formation. The heaven-breaking sect's sect master sat in his closed-door cultivation room and silently looked at the stars. After a long time, he let out a sigh and waved his sleeves. He broke open the sect protection formation and charged forward toward the demon sect's spatial rift. In the Rank 9 region, aside from the demon sect, the god sect, and the heaven-breaking sect, there was also the mysterious ghost sect. At this moment, the starry sky was covered densely with clouds, and thunder rumbled. A formation had been activated on the cultivation planet that the ghost sect resided on. However, there seemed to be an enormous black shadow above the formation. This shadow was over 30 kilometers tall, had a single horn on its head, and was like a demon god. It greedily stared at the clouds and was covered in demonic energy. There were 9 ancient demon stars rotating in its left eye. Every time it rotated, a mysterious force would enter its body from the clouds. The rumbling thunder spread across the rank 9 region and spread to the rank 8 region. This caused the expressions of all the rank 8 sect cultivators to change. Their minds trembled and they were at a loss. Outside the spatial rift the demon sect was in, Wang Lin held Qianmei on his back as he looked up at the purple clouds. This divine retribution was the biggest he had ever encountered in his life. It was extremely strange, and he couldn't help but think of the strange world he saw during the divine retribution in the Alliance Star system. There were statues of ancient gods, ancient devils, and ancient demons. There was even the strange youth sitting on one of the statues. His gaze pierced through the clouds, and he could clearly see through the gap that led to another world. More than half of the white jade pavilion had appeared, as well as the statue sitting cross-legged on the pavilion and the 2 stone swords in front of the statue. This divine retribution hasn't been completely triggered yet, so it's not enough to break the realm sealing formation. Just at this moment, one of the 2 stone swords before the statue trembled and a strand of green gas came out from the stone sword. It moved like a cloud and instantly turned into a green sword. The moment the sword appeared, it was heaven shaking. An indescribable sword energy broke through the clouds and shot toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was serious. The moment the green sword closed in, he raised his right hand and pointed forward. 2 deer shadows appeared on his fingertips. As they intersected, 10 million rays of sword energy erupted. The 10 million rays of sword energy didn't spread, but condensed into one and shot toward the green sword. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the green sword energy collided with Wang Lin's 10 million swords. Bursts of sword energy echoed like crazy, and the green sword energy was weakened, but it still didn't collapse. At this moment, cracks appeared on the green sword before the statue on the white jade pavilion. More and more cracks appeared until it exploded. A green longsword that gave off a green glow came out from the pavilion and charged at Wang Lin like crazy. Wang Lin's pupils immediately shrank, and his expression became serious. He waved his right hand, and a bloodlight appeared. The blood sword immediately appeared in his hand. There are a few recommendation votes left, so if there are any left, I hope you can give me some. Chapter 1303. This blood sword had absorbed the blood of many fierce beasts in the world within the crack, and had been nourished by the sea of blood. The moment it appeared, a monstrous blood light filled the world. Even the billowing clouds above seemed to be penetrated by this light. With the blood sword in hand, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. The moment the Siam longsword charged at Wang Lin from the crack in the stone sword, he swung the blood sword. Thunderous rumbles echoed. As the blood sword slashed down, the sound of space being torn could be heard. A crack was torn open by the blood sword, and it collided with the green longsword. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the cyan longsword let out a sharp howl. The cyan light collapsed, and large amounts of blood lines surrounded it as it retreated. The blood sword was not damaged at all. It let out a sword hymn and chased after the cyan longsword with an indescribable ferocity. Just at this moment, a crack appeared on the other stone sword beside the white jade pavilion statue in the roiling clouds. It exploded with a bang, and a deep blue light shone from within. A blue longsword whistled out and fought with the green longsword against the blood sword. Thunderous rumbles echoed like crazy as the 3 swords collided, causing space to tremble. The origin of the blood sword was unknown and contained endless might. It was able to resist the 2 divine retribution swords without showing any signs of being defeated. Instead, it became even more ferocious. Rumbling sounds came from the rolling clouds. Just as the 3 swords clashed, a mighty pressure seeped out from the clouds. That pressure seemed to have corporeal form, and as it spread out, the white jade pavilion that had been pushed out from the crack in the depths of the clouds was revealed a bit more. The statue sitting cross-legged on the pavilion emerged from the crack, revealing 2 stone swords behind it. At this moment, one of the swords suddenly exploded. With a flash of black light, a black longsword rushed out madly, combining with the green and blue swords to directly suppress the blood sword. Thunderous rumbles continued as the three mysterious swords attacked at the same time, causing the blood sword to become even more frenzied. The blood light from the sword was monstrous, but it gradually retreated. It was clearly losing. The blood sword had its own spirit. At this moment, it was letting out a roar, as if it was filled with anger toward the three swords that were clearly inferior to it. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin took a step forward, and the ancient god star between his eyebrows rotated rapidly. At the instant it rotated to its limit, Wang Lin's right index finger touched the area between his eyebrows. It broke his skin and flesh, and a drop of blood flowed out. That blood was in essence blood. It was formed by the ancient god power in the ancient god stars. The moment it appeared, it went straight to the blood sword. The blood sword absorbed the blood and immediately released a shocking pressure. The blood light became several times more intense. A huge blood-colored shadow appeared from the blood sword. This shadow was blurry, but it vaguely looked like a human. Its appearance caused the blood sword to sweep out, and the three-colored sword rapidly retreated. Popping sounds echoed, and it was clear that it was no match for this attack. Just at this moment, the last stone sword beside the white jade pavilion collapsed. A ray of golden light shot into the sky and turned into a large, golden sword. It gave off a powerful pressure and sword energy as it collided with the blood sword. There was a thunderous bang, and the blood sword retreated once more. The four swords, green, blue, black, and gold, floated into the air and began to rotate. As they rotated, a giant vortex appeared. The vortex was filled with chaos, as if there was another world inside. That world was blurry, but one could vaguely see that there were countless planets inside. There were countless mortals on those planets, and bursts of murmuring came from the vortex. This turned into a strange sound that could shake the mind of anyone who heard it. This sound quickly spread across the Rank 9 region. It penetrated the protective formations of all the sects and clearly entered every cultivator and beast. In the land of the other shore, one retribution opens and one retribution closes. Those who enter my shore can obtain eternal life, obtain the Grand Tao, get rid of all pain, all disputes, and become my disciple. Those who enter my shore can become the pride of the heavens, and those who are benevolent can obtain the heavenly Tao. Those who enter my shore can resurrect their friends and family, and they can be reborn. They can achieve the supreme Tao of cultivation. Those who enter my shore will have their reincarnation cycle destroyed, and they will have no life or death. Those who enter my shore will have their hearts set on the other shore, and they will come. A voice filled with pressure came from the world inside the vortex. This voice was mighty, and when it entered the ears, it would make one feel a sense of warmth and trust. Inside the demon sex formation, the thousands of cultivators that had entered to avoid the divine retribution were immediately filled with confusion. One of the young men's eyes became unfocused and were replaced by the vortex. He revealed a happy expression and grinned. However, this smile was extremely bizarre. In the blink of an eye, there was a flash of light around his body, and his entire person disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the same time, hundreds of people in the area revealed strange smiles as their bodies flickered and they disappeared one by one. This is the summon of the other shore from the endless retribution. Focus your mind, or else your Tao heart will become unstable and you will be summoned into the world inside the vortex. The High Elder of the Demon Sect stared at the vortex outside the formation with a serious expression. His voice was like thunder that echoed across the entire demon sect. This caused all the cultivators that were immersed in confusion to awaken. However, the moment they awakened, they fell back into confusion. It wasn't just the people of the demon sect that disappeared. The ghost sect, god sect, heaven-breaking sect, and even the fierce beasts in the fog disappeared. The blood sword circled around Wang Lin as he stared at the vortex formed by the four swords. The strange voice also entered his mind, and because he was a divine retribution taker, he could sense it several times more clearly than others. The voice wasn't old to him. It was constantly changing. Sometimes it was his mother, sometimes it was his father, sometimes it was Li Muan, Wang Ping, and even the old divine Emperor Rosefinch's voice echoed inside Wang Lin's mind. Permitha. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. His Tao heart was not something an ordinary cultivator could compare to. Even some old monsters that had cultivated for many years couldn't compare to him. Wang Lin's life had been filled with danger, so a mere illusion couldn't affect his mind at all. Is there a Permitha? He raised his right hand and charged out with the blood sword in his hand. He mercilessly slashed at the vortex formed by the four swords. The world rumbled, and the sword energy was shocking. In a flash, it landed on the vortex. A powerful force came out from the vortex and smashed into Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body trembled, and he retreated a few steps. Right at this moment, the vortex's rotation suddenly sped up, and it directly rose into the sky and dissipated within the roiling clouds. At the same time, the roiling clouds emitted violent roars, as if they were being drawn by the vortex, constantly gathering from all directions. In an instant, the rolling clouds had actually transformed into a mountain of clouds. This mountain was infinitely tall and was completely formed by clouds. It was completely purple and gave off a heaven-shaking pressure. There was also a large amount of runes on the mountain that formed the word Tao. All the clouds in the sky entered the cloud mountain like crazy, causing it to grow larger and larger until it became a giant mountain that supported the sky. Thunderous rumbles continued to echo as the giant cloud mountain mercilessly pressed down on Wang Lin. It was as if it was going to crush him to pieces. The pressure was so strong that it caused the demon's sect formation to show signs of collapsing. Cracking sounds echoed and large amounts of cracks appeared. At the foot of the mountain, popping sounds came from Wang Lin's body. It was as if he was being squeezed by endless pressure from all directions. His feet emitted unbearable sounds. His face was slightly red, and origin energy surged inside his body. He looked up at the descending cloud mountain, and his eyes lit up. He was waiting for the moment the divine retribution's power would fully appear, and this was the moment. As his eyes lit up and the cloud mountain pressed down, the origin energy in Wang Lin's body erupted. He swung the blood sword in his hand, and a thunderous rumble echoed. A giant rift appeared in the space he was in. The rift continued to be torn open layer by layer. Wang Lin's cultivation spread out, and the powerful pressure from the cloud mountain caused the rift to collapse even more violently. In just a moment, the rift was completely opened. It revealed a land of nothingness beneath the vast, starry domain. This void was where the realm sealing formation was. The rift was torn open, and a cold aura rushed out like crazy. Wang Lin's body flashed, and he stepped into the void. The cloud mountain had already locked onto Wang Lin. At this moment, it descended, causing the rift to be torn open once more, and the cloud mountain entered. In the void, when Wang Lin arrived and the cloud mountain charged in, a net-like object appeared. It gave off a powerful aura and prevented all life from breaking through. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light as he retreated toward the net-like realm sealing formation. His hands formed a seal, and at this moment, the cloud mountain that had chased and landed on Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin suddenly raised his hand as if he was supporting a mountain. An indescribable force came from Wang Lin's body, and he coughed out blood. He transferred this force to the realm sealing formation. The entire void suddenly lit up, revealing a giant net. This net was boundless, and it was impossible to see the end. It covered the entire inner realm. Over the countless years, no matter how hard the inner realm cultivators tried, they had never been able to break through the formation and enter the outer realm on such a large scale. Only a few amazing cultivators could break through the formation by relying on their powerful cultivation. However, since ancient times, no one has borrowed the power of divine retribution to break through the realm sealing formation. Wang Lin is the first. I've written these 3,000 words since noon, and it took me 6 hours. I'm really not in the mood today. If I force myself to write the second chapter, it would be irresponsible to all my subscribers, and it's not an article I'm satisfied with. I'm not even satisfied with this chapter. There's a reason for this. I had a big fight with my wife over some matters. I haven't fought in several years, alas. I won't say anything else. In short, including this chapter, I owe a total of 16,000 words. Tomorrow, I'll write as much as I can. Chapter 1304. The Cloud Mountain was like fog that surrounded the realm sealing formation and continued to press down on Wang Lin. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, Wang Lin's face became even more pale, but his expression didn't change at all. He stared at the Cloud Mountain and remained motionless against the realm sealing formation. I have seen the power of divine retribution many times and have dealt with it all. Today's divine retribution is strange, but it still can't destroy me. As long as my Tao heart isn't destroyed, my mind won't be destroyed, my body will be strong, and nothing in the world can stop me from achieving Tao. Wang Lin's voice was calm as it slowly spread out. His hands formed a seal, and the blood sword flew around him. The bloodlight shrouded Wang Lin and spread out. As the Cloud Mountain pressed down once more, Wang Lin waved his hand, and the ancient god's shadow appeared around him. At the same time, Wang Lin's right hand formed a fist, and he threw a punch at the Cloud Mountain. His left hand pressed down on the realm sealing formation. The ancient god Phantom followed suit and punched the descending Yunshan with his right hand. The pressure from the Cloud Mountain descended and collided with the ancient god's punch. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and a destructive force erupted. It entered the ancient god shadow and entered the realm sealing formation through the ancient god shadow's left hand. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the realm sealing formation flashed violently. Seven-colored light suddenly appeared. This light was dazzling, and the moment it appeared, it filled the void and the entire realm sealing formation. The moment the seven-colored light appeared, the giant formation suddenly opened. Its opening would prevent anyone in the inner realm from taking half a step out. As the seven-colored light flashed, even the Cloud Mountain was penetrated. It was as if it didn't exist before the seven-colored light. A powerful pressure suddenly came from the seven-colored realm sealing formation. It turned into a thunderous rumble that shook the heavens and earth. Because the attack that landed on the formation had already reached the requirement to form a formation spirit, as the seven-colored light shone intensely, a ray of light immediately condensed within the formation. This silver light was like lightning, and in an instant, a long spear appeared. This spear was surrounded by endless lightning, and with a thunderous rumble, it shot toward Yinshan. Thunder entangled around the spear, creating thunderous rumbles. The moment the spear appeared, it was like a bolt of lightning that penetrated the Cloud Mountain. The cloudy mountain trembled and collapsed with a rumbling sound. It transformed into countless clouds and mist that swept backwards, revealing the four revolving swords within. Wang Lin's body was also very uncomfortable. He had sent his attack into the realm sealing formation and was injured. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, but his expression was still firm as he coldly stared at the battle between the realm sealing formation and the divine retribution. Whether it was the realm sealing formation or the divine retribution, neither was something Wang Lin liked. He could never forget what he had seen in the seven-colored realm. The realm sealing formation had been stained with the blood of too many inner realm cultivators. Those unwilling roars still echoed in Wang Lin's ears. I'm unwilling. I'm unwilling. There will come a day when the descendants of our cultivators will break this formation and exterminate all of you foreigners. I'll make your outer realm bleed like a river. The moment this voice appeared, it ignited Wang Lin's blood. After all, he was born in the inner realm and grew up in the inner realm. The inner realm was his home. The Cloud Mountain collapsed, and the rotation of the four swords was stopped by the lightning formed by the white spear. Just at this moment, outside the rift, where the heavenly retribution really existed, was the white jade pavilion that was constantly squeezing out of the rift due to the large amount of clouds surging in. At that moment, a gentle light shone from the forehead of the statue, sitting cross-legged in the white jade pavilion. The light spread across the statue's entire body, causing it to seem as if it was melting. His right hand seemed to change from stone to flesh and blood. Its right hand actually moved. The statue raised its right hand and gently pressed down on the rift that led to the realm ceiling formation. 9 palaces, infinite. A vague voice echoed across the stars. The moment the statue pressed down, the 4 swords flew back into the void, along with the collapsed clouds. These clouds surrounded the statue and formed a giant vortex. The 4 swords rotated inside, causing the vortex to grow larger. As the indistinct voice spread out, a crack suddenly appeared in the world where the white jade pavilion was. Cracking sounds rang out, and a huge gap was torn open. This revealed the true scene inside. Inside the crack, 9 planets that were almost identical to each other were clearly visible. These 9 planets formed a formation that exuded the might of the ancient celestial realm. Qian Palace, Qin Palace, Jin Palace, Zhun Palace, Central Palace, Sun Palace, Li Palace, Kuan Palace, and Dui Palace. Different golden runes appeared on each of the planets, creating an unimaginable pressure. At the moment the 9 planets appeared, they charged out of the rift and became smaller and smaller. In the end, they shrank countless times and appeared in the starry sky. They penetrated the void and appeared outside the realm ceiling formation. They rotated and descended on Wang Lin. 9 palaces' celestial ceiling. This wasn't a seal, it was a seal. At the same time, 9 white spots appeared on Wang Lin's body. These 9 white spots were his 9 blood acupuncture points, and they connected with each other to penetrate his body. As the 9 palaces arrived, unbearable pain came from the 9 blood acupuncture points. It was as if 9 nails had been driven into his body, making him almost go crazy. Wang Lin's body trembled, and he let out a roar. He stared at the 9 palaces, and the pain in his body became even more intense. However, this pain stimulated Wang Lin's unyielding spirit. He had been a heaven-defying cultivator his entire life and had never yielded. The heavens and earth couldn't make him yield, and fate couldn't make him obey, much less this divine retribution. From the moment he chose to become a heaven-defying cultivator, he was destined to fight against the heavens and fate. At this moment, as he roared, popping sounds came from Wang Lin's body, and his body began to swell. A 6-star ancient god appeared outside the realm ceiling formation. His body was nearly 10,000 feet tall, making Wang Lin look like a giant from ancient times. As he roared, Li Qianmei was hidden in his body. He clenched his fists and charged at the 9 palaces with his right foot. Rumble, 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 rumble. The moment his body charged out, for the 9 blood meridians in his body immediately collapsed. Large amounts of blood sprayed out, and a destructive power spread throughout his body. The moment the 4 blood acupuncture points collapsed, for the 9 palaces turned into rays of white light. They pierced through the void at an indescribable speed and landed on Wang Lin's collapsed blood acupuncture points. Wang Lin's body trembled. Just at this moment, thunderous rumbles came from his body once more. The remaining 5 palaces collapsed at the same time. Similarly, the 5 planets that descended from the void released a bright light. As they dissipated, the light pierced through the world and pierced into Wang Lin's 5 collapsed blood acupuncture points. After the 9 palaces entered Wang Lin's body, they began to cause endless destruction. They pierced through his body and gathered at the last palace on his chest. Once they finished gathering, the seal on the 9 palaces would be complete. The planets formed by the 9 palaces were not cultivation planets, and there were no living beings on them. They were 9 giant meteorites that had been refined countless years ago to become objects of divine retribution. The pain surging through Wang Lin's body almost caused his origin soul to collapse. Under this intense pain, his roars became even more intense. The ancient god stars between his eyebrows rotated rapidly, and his expression became ferocious. 9 stones conceal me as a celestial, but I'm not a celestial. I'm an ancient god. As Wang Lin roared, his body trembled, and ancient god power erupted from his body. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the 9 blood acupuncture points on his body moved. The 9 palace meteorites were stopped from gathering at the last palace on Wang Lin's chest. However, the divine retribution wasn't over. Purple thunder, 4-colored killing sword, Permetha summon, Cloud Mountain soul destruction, all of this was just the beginning of the divine retribution. The infinite retribution had no beginning and no end until the infinite retribution was over. After the 9 palaces was the 8 trigrams. 8 trigrams. Immeasurable. The statue waved its right hand in the world where the white jade pavilion was. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and 8 giant runes appeared behind it. These runes were the 8 trigrams. Qian, Kuan, Canli, Zhen, Jinsu, and Dui. The 8 trigrams formed their own heaven and earth. Among them, Qian represented heaven, Kuan represented earth, Qin represented water, Li represented fire, Zhen represented thunder, Jin represented mountain, Sun represented wind, and Dui represented lake. The moment this 8 trigrams appeared, the heaven, earth, water, fire, thunder, mountain, wind, and swamp all appeared to form a giant wheel. As it rotated, it charged through the white jade pavilion and into the void. It expanded like crazy until it was as large as the heavens and smashed down on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face was pale. His origin energy had to constantly provide Li Qianmei with a flowing time spell, and his ancient god power had to constantly force out the 9 palaces. Facing this 8 trigrams that was much more powerful than the 9 palaces, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. The wheel formed by the 8 trigrams would change every time it rotated. It was impossible to see their trajectories, and it was very fast. It closed in on Wang Lin in an instant. At this moment of life and death, Wang Lin's heart calmed down. He took a few steps back and stuck close to the realm's sealing formation. Lord of the Sealed Realm, I brought you to the realm sealing formation. Can you appear? Asking for monthly votes. There were still 200 votes to second place. Charge! Charge! Chapter 1305. Back then, when Wang Lin's soul entered the heaven-defying bead and saw the Lord of the Sealed Realm, the Lord of the Sealed Realm said that his final destination was the realm sealing formation. Because of this, Wang Lin was confident in breaking the realm sealing formation. Aside from borrowing the power of the divine retribution, he had another reason to rely on. At this moment, the moment his divine sense spread out, the heaven-defying bead that had already disappeared suddenly appeared. The moment it appeared, a jade flew out from the heaven-defying bead and flew out of Wang Lin's body. The moment the jade appeared, the world rumbled and the void trembled. Even the 8 diagrams' divine retribution couldn't help but tremble. Inside the demon sect formation, the High Elder with an unfathomable cultivation level had his divine sense spread out. While he observed the divine retribution, he was also paying attention to Wang Lin. When he saw the jade, the middle-aged man's body trembled. His eyes widened and were filled with disbelief. Sect Master's Jade. He actually has the Sect Master's Jade. Could he be the inheritor designated by the Sect Master? The middle-aged man had cultivated for countless years and rarely moved. However, at this moment his mind was shaken and his face immediately turned red. He was extremely excited. Without hesitation, he took a step forward and broke through the formation. He appeared in the starry sky, and with another step, he charged into the side of the Void Realm sealing formation. The moment he closed in, the jade shined brightly, and an endless crystalline light filled the area. A giant tree that reached into the sky appeared with a bang around the jade, and it seemed to be supporting the world. The appearance of the giant tree caused the void to tremble violently. The 8 diagrams' divine retribution was shrouded by mysterious force and stopped moving. This giant tree was too large and filled the void. An old face gradually appeared on it. Sect Master. The demon sect's high elder was filled with excitement as he looked at the giant tree with extreme respect. The moment the giant tree appeared, a huge wave was set off in the rank 9 region of the Cloud Sea. Taoist water originally had a ferocious expression and was roaring in his closed-door cultivation room. However, at this moment, his body trembled and he looked into the distance with fear in his eyes. Master, there was also the 9-star ancient demon that had appeared outside the ghost sect spell formation. He was secretly devouring the power of the heavenly tribulation. However, in the blink of an eye, his expression flickered and he looked off into the distance. Lord of the Sealed Realm. In the starry sky, the sect leader of the heaven-breaking sect was walking over. However, he suddenly stopped and revealed a serious expression. He looked into the distance and began to ponder. In the void, the face on the huge tree gave off an ancient aura. It silently looked around with a nostalgic gaze. Finally, it looked at the realm sealing formation. After a long time, he let out a long sigh and spoke in an old and tired voice. Xian Bing, subordinate is here. The demon sect's high elder's eyes lit up as if he had returned to the past. He didn't hesitate to speak. Use my Tao treasure to organize the Cloud Sea Star system. Gather all the power in the Cloud Sea to prepare for the war with the outer realm several years from now. All who resist will be killed. The demon sect's high elder's body trembled, and he suddenly looked up. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes, and he respectfully said, "As you command, follow my order and borrow my Tao treasure to organize the Cloud Sea. Go to the other 3-star systems and find Master South Cloud, Master Hongshan, and Master Battle Fairy. Tell them that the agreement from back then can be fulfilled. I want you to organize the other 3-star systems as quickly as possible. The wind, rain, thunder, and lightning celestial realms will fuse into one to prepare for the war in several years. As you command." The demon sect's high elder was excited. The ancient face on the giant tree looked into the distance. After a long time, he softly said, "Tao slave, if you can help the demon sect with this matter, the old man won't kill you." In the secret chamber of the god sect, Taoist water's body trembled and sweat appeared on his forehead. He immediately knelt on the ground and cowed out. "Demon sovereign, when you fled from the outer realm, I gave you the entire ghost sect as disciples to help you recover from your injuries. Now that you've recovered and become a 9-star ancient demon, it's time to fulfill our agreement." The eyes of the ancient demon outside the ghost sect lit up. After pondering for a bit, he nodded and looked at the ancient star system outside the realm sealing formation. The ancient demon revealed a gaze filled with coldness and hatred. After the face on the giant tree finished speaking, he looked meaningfully at Wang Lin and softly said, "Divine retribution is a calamity and also a fortune. There are some things I can't say due to the rules of the ancient celestial realm. You're on your own. Divine retribution is not something from the ancient celestial realm. Even the celestial emperor has divine retribution. Divine retribution comes from the ancient star system, from the heavenly Tao of death. The divine retribution you're facing is only a small one, not a big one. It's not the G retribution that can destroy all life." As he spoke, he slowly closed his eyes. The giant tree collapsed and dissipated into the void. Only the jade turned into a ray of light and landed on the realm sealing formation. The moment it landed, the realm sealing formation trembled and light flashed like crazy. Artifact spirits quickly appeared as if they were constantly resisting. However, the power contained in the jade pendant was extremely strange. It slowly turned into countless azure threads that spread along the boundless realm sealing formation and gradually disappeared. The moment the green line dissipated, the 8-trigram wheel that had been frozen in the void suddenly moved. It broke through its motionless state and closed in on Wang Lin once more. Divine retribution is a calamity and also a fortune. G retribution. G. Retribution. G. Realm. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he stared at the 8 trigrams law wheel. His eyes became brighter and brighter. He vaguely grasped something, but he wasn't sure. With your current cultivation level, don't try to grasp the power of the G realm. Once you reach the Nirvana Shatterer stage, perhaps you can gain some enlightenment from the divine retribution. Shimizu's words echoed in his ears. The 8 trigrams law will closed in faster and faster toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression changed greatly. The moment the 8 trigrams law wheel closed in, his eyes were filled with madness, and he made a decision. Fight! Wang Lin let out a roar and gave up resisting. The 8 trigrams law wheel closed in and imprinted on Wang Lin's body. It immediately collapsed into 8 tattoos that penetrated Wang Lin's skin and entered his bloodline. The 8 trigrams law wheel contained the heavens and earth and formed its own world. When it imprinted on Wang Lin's body, it immediately turned into 8 powerful forces that caused Wang Lin's body to almost collapse, and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. The 8 trigrams law wheel and the 9 palaces formed an unimaginable seal. It began a crazy destruction inside Wang Lin's body. Fortunately, he was an ancient god, so his recovery was amazing. Under the attack of the 9 palaces' 8 trigrams law, Wang Lin let out a ferocious roar, and the veins on his body swelled as he rapidly recovered. However, the 8 trigrams law wheel was extremely strange. It suddenly changed inside Wang Lin's body and turned into 64 trigrams law wheel. As it changed, the heavens, earth, water, fire, thunder, mountain, wind, and swamp rapidly changed into 128 trigrams law wheel. It changed again and became endless. Popping sounds came from Wang Lin's body. His 10,000-foot body was covered in trigrams law wheel, and blood sprayed out from all over his body. A mere 9 palaces, 8 trigrams law wheel isn't enough to kill me. Is there a more powerful divine retribution? Wang Lin's expression was ferocious as he let out a roar at the vortex in the void. As he roared, a thunderous rumble came from the vortex, and 7 rays of light shot out. These 7 rays of light were starlight. The starlight was bright, and the moment it charged out, it turned into 7 cultivation planets. These were real cultivation planets, not meteorites like the 9 palaces. The 7 cultivation planets shined brightly and formed the Big Dipper formation. After the 9 palaces was the 8 trigrams, and after the 8 trigrams was the 7 stars Big Dipper. Dubhi, Merak, Fekta, Megrez, Alioth, Mizar, and Alcade. 7 stars. Immeasurable. The instant the indistinct voice rang out, the light from the 7 stars flashed madly. It pierced through the void, pierced through the starry sky, filled the entire sea of clouds, and replaced all the starlight. At that moment, it was as if all the light in the starry sky was absorbed by the 7 stars and turned into a shocking murderous aura. This was the killing intent of the 7 stars, the killing intent of the Big Dipper. The 7 stars were killing intent, and the Big Dipper was killing intent. This Big Dipper was not a seal, but a killing calamity. As it closed in, the 7 stars turned into 7 stars and shot toward Wang Lin. They were like 7 killing swords that pierced toward Wang Lin. At the same time, the indistinct voice rang out once again. Limitless, infinite. The 8 desolations, limitless, represented up, down, east, west, north, and south. They stood side by side with the 8 desolations and represented all directions in the universe. Under the limitless, there was no escape. Even if one's body collapsed, one's origin soul couldn't escape. This was the heaven-sealing formation, and under it, one could only fight. North, south, east, south, up, down, 6 giant turtle shells appeared from 6 different directions and charged at Wang Lin. If this was it, it wouldn't be a big deal, but after the limitless, the vague voice echoed once more. 5 elements. Infinite metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Although the power of the 5 elements overlapped with the 8 trigrams, they were clearly different. The five elements formed part of the world. If the world didn't have the five elements, the world would collapse. As his words rang out, 5 rays of light appeared out of nowhere and turned into 5 gigantic handprints. These 5 palms represented the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The golden palms contained the power to split open the heavens. The moment they appeared, they contained the power to destroy everything. The wood palms were filled with the aura of life. They constantly changed between life and death, forming an indescribable power of life and death. The water palms and fire palms were 2 extremes that contained the peak power of the 5 elements. They turned into monstrous waves of water and endless flames that turned into 2 giant palms that charged toward Wang Lin. Finally was the earth palms. This palms was like the earth itself and emitted a heavy aura. Its appearance seemed to gather all the power of the earth and the universe and gave off an indestructible aura. Seeking monthly votes. Brothers and sisters, let's see if we can get Jin back to second place today. Chapter 1306. The power of the 7 stars, yin and yang, and the 5 elements fused together to form a divine retribution that could destroy everything. Wang Lin's face was pale, but his eyes became brighter and brighter. He vaguely grasped the Lord of the Sealed Realm's words. Divine retribution was divine retribution and also great fortune. 9 is the limit. After the 9 palaces, 8 trigrams, 7 stars, 6 harmonies, and 5 elements, there must be 4, 3, and 2. I don't know what 4 and 3 are, but 2 must be yin and yang. From 9 to 2, after the layers of evolution, it becomes 1. Could that 1 be the heavenly retribution? That is where the G realm is. Wang Lin's heart pounded, but he wasn't certain. However, if he didn't fight to the end and see for himself if that 1 was the G realm he had been longing for, he wouldn't be willing. Seeing the 7 stars close in, the High Elder's expression changed. Although the sect head didn't mention the identity of the person before him, from his last words and the jade, this person's relationship with the sect head wasn't ordinary. His eyes lit up, and he was about to step forward to help Wang Lin resist the 7 stars' retribution. Senior doesn't need to help. I'll resist this retribution by myself. Wang Lin's voice echoed across the sky. The High Elder trembled, and at this moment, the 7 stars closed in. The 7 stars descended with monstrous killing intent. 7 rays of starlight landed on Wang Lin's body. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and Wang Lin was covered in blood. His origin's soul trembled, and he was pushed back. His face was pale, but he struggled to raise his head and let out a laugh. The moment the 7 stars entered his body, he felt a connection with the 8 trigrams inside his body. As they rotated, they formed an even more destructive force that wanted to collapse his body. However, under this power, Wang Lin could faintly sense the aura of the pinnacle state. He was extremely familiar with the pinnacle state, as it had accompanied him for hundreds of years in his early years. How could Wang Lin not be overjoyed when he sensed this sliver of G realm? How could he not laugh? Even though he was heavily injured and his body was on the verge of collapse, he still laughed. He lifted his hands and waved them outwards, allowing the tortoiseshells to slam into him from all directions. Rumbling sounds once again resounded in the sky. Wang Lin's entire body was badly mutilated, but the place where Li Qianmei was hidden was protected with all his might. An ancient god's physical body, especially a 6-star ancient god's physical body, was so strong that it was almost indescribable. Even under such a blow, it was still recovering rapidly. Under the impact, the turtle shell formed by the white tiger fused into Wang Lin's body and immediately became one with the 7 stars, 8 trigrams, and 9 palaces. Then, Wang Lin's nascent divinity exploded. His nascent divinity collapsed, but it was firmly locked in his body and did not dissipate. Wang Lin's eyes were unfocused, but his gaze was still firm. He waved his right hand and took out a large amount of elixirs to swallow. The moment the elixirs entered his mouth, the five-element palm print arrived. The moment the invisible palm print arrived, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. This was the moment he had been waiting for. His body struggled, and he suddenly took a step forward. He opened his mouth and directly swallowed the monstrous fire palm print. Heaven and earth fire, fuse with my body and reconstruct my nascent divinity. As Wang Lin roared, he swallowed the fire palm print. The endless flames rushed into his body and formed a heat wave that swept through his collapsing nascent divinity. Wang Lin's nascent divinity actually reformed under the power of the flames. The fire origin appeared and formed a vortex around his nascent divinity. As it rotated, it crazily absorbed the power of the fire palm print. At the same time, the metal, wood, water, and earth palms closed in and landed on Wang Lin's body. They left behind 4 clear marks as they rushed into his body and began to collapse. 8 trigramsly fire, quaking thunder, protect my body. As Wang Lin roared, the 8 trigramsly fire and quaking thunder began to split apart. Wang Lin controlled the Li fire and quaking thunder to surround his body and fight back against the palm print. The 8 trigramsly fire and quaking thunder had been hidden by Wang Lin the entire time. Now that they erupted, the divine retribution didn't expect them to. With the shocking recovery ability of an ancient god, Wang Lin's powerful cultivation, the 8 trigramsly fire, and the 5-element palm print, he was able to resist the collapse of the 5 elements. He didn't die within the 9 palaces, 8 trigrams, 7 stars, and 5 elements. Is there any more? Wang Lin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and roared at the divine retribution vortex. 4 symbols, immeasurable. The vague voice was emotionless, as if it was answering Wang Lin's words, and it echoed across the world. As his voice spread out, beast roars suddenly came from the divine retribution vortex. An azure dragon roared out, and behind the azure dragon was a crimson vermilion bird that gave off shocking cries of flames. There was also a bleak aura. A white tiger stepped out, and behind the white tiger was a black tortoise. 4 divine retribution spirits. So, with the 4 symbols, Rose Finch returned. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He laughed and pointed at Rose Finch. Rose Finch's body trembled, and it let out a heaven-shaking roar. It charged out from the other 3 spirits and charged toward Wang Lin. It arrived in an instant and circled around Wang Lin's body, letting out excited roars. At the same time, Rose Finch's mark appeared on Wang Lin's ancient god body. As the Rose Finch charged into Wang Lin's body, flames immediately filled the sky. After absorbing the 8 trigramsly fire, 5-element fire, and Rose Finch's flame, the flames in Wang Lin's body had reached an unimaginable peak. The Rose Finch in his body had awakened 3 times, and each awakening caused his understanding of the power of fire to increase by leaps and bounds. After 3 awakenings, his control over the flames of heaven and earth had reached an unimaginable realm, and he had even formed an essence. All fire spells had to yield in front of him. If there was a cultivator that cultivated the power of fire, he could use the fire spell in their body to kill them with a wave of his hand. Especially after forming an essence, it could be said that Wang Lin's control over fire had reached the limit. However, this limit was only for corporeal fire. Fire was divided into 2 types. One was corporeal fire, and it contained many things. The other was ethereal fire. This type of fire was mysterious and far surpassed corporeal fire. Unless one cultivated corporeal fire to the limit, it was impossible to grasp the realm of ethereal fire. Anger was a type of ethereal fire. It didn't have a corporeal appearance, but it could surpass the power of all flames in the world. It was a Tao, a spirit, and a concept. If Wang Lin could help Rose Finch undergo a 4th transformation, a 4th awakening, and reach the realm of ethereal fire, then even those that didn't cultivate fire spells would be burned by Wang Lin's anger. Out of all the flames in the world, the strongest was anger. Everyone had anger. It was invisible, but it existed. Once you were burned, if you couldn't control it, you would die without a doubt. At this moment, after absorbing the different flames in the heavenly retribution, Wang Lin was very close to the fourth awakening. He was only a sliver away from breaking through the realm of corporeal fire and reaching the realm of ethereal fire. The spirit of Rosefinch outside his body let out a roar and entered his body. It immediately nourished his body and repaired his origin soul. This gave Wang Lin enough power to welcome the arrival of the other three spirits. However, the heavenly retribution was like this. The attacks became stronger and stronger. At this moment, the vague voice echoed across the world again. It was still emotionless and cold, without any joy or sorrow. 3 talents, infinite. 3 talents, heaven, earth, and man. They corresponded to the sun, moon, and stars. Heaven as the sun, earth as the moon, and man as the star. As the voice spread out, the void suddenly changed as if it had turned into chaos and became blurry. The power of heaven as the sun turned into the sun and emitted the endless law of beginning. The power of the beginning of all living beings spread out endlessly in the void. The power of the earth as the moon turned into the yin. It contained the law of the end, which was completely different from the law of beginning, and it appeared in the void. The power of man as the star merged with the chaos and condensed into a law that Wang Lin had never seen before. It did not belong to the law of beginning or end. These 3 mysterious forces turned into rays of light from the sun, moon, and stars that shot toward Wang Lin. The power contained within them was unimaginable and could destroy everything. Yin and Yang. Infinite. The vague voice echoed out again. As the cold voice echoed out, another strange phenomenon appeared in the void. Yin and Yang were the power of Yin and Yang, the power of life and death, and also the power of karma. Everything in the world was contained within them. The so-called Yin and Yang rose into the 4 divisions, and the 4 divisions became the 9 palaces. Together with the 3 talents, they formed a shocking power. It turned into a giant Tai Chi symbol that appeared in the void. The Tai Chi symbol appeared with Wang Lin at the center. As soon as it appeared, it began to spin like crazy. Thunderous rumbles echoed out as it shrank down toward Wang Lin. At the same time, the light of the 3 talents closed in. This power was not something that Wang Lin could possess, and it arrived in an instant. The light of heaven pierced through Wang Lin's forehead. The light of earth pierced through Wang Lin's chest, and finally the light of man split into 4 and passed through Wang Lin's limbs. At the same time, the Yin and Yang Tai Chi symbol suddenly shrank around Wang Lin's body and covered his entire body. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Wang Lin's 6-star ancient god body couldn't withstand this destructive power. His body was covered in blood, but Li Qianmei wasn't injured at all. This divine retribution was only targeting Wang Lin, and it didn't care about anyone else. 1 retribution, infinite retribution. The moment Wang Lin's body was about to collapse, the vague voice echoed across the world. The moment the voice appeared, the void seemed to be destroyed and bursts of light appeared out of nowhere. The 9 palaces, 8 trigrams, 7 stars, 5 elements for talents, and 2 rights all appeared. As they revolved around each other, an extreme power of the heavens was born. This was extreme. Although Wang Lin was seriously injured, his Tao heart, Tao will, and domain still existed. At this moment, there was a change. Inside his body, along with the divine retribution, the 9 palaces and 2 rights appeared. Inside his body, Extreme was also born. Using the Extreme realm that had isolated 3 million words to create 300 monthly votes to help Air Gen rush to 2nd place. He was writing, and there were updates. Chapter 1307. Endless Calamity Rise. The illusionary 9 palaces appeared, and the 9 meteorites formed a pattern. Inside, the 8 trigrams flashed and rotated. Inside the 8 trigrams, there were 7 stars that gave off a shocking, killing intent. Inside the 7 stars, there was a tortoise shell that spread out. Deep inside, the 5 elements rotated. Layers spread out and overlapped. Inside the 5 elements, 4 roars came from the 4 spirits that rotated around each other. Every time they rotated, the outer ring would rotate with them. Deep inside the 4 spirits, the light of heaven, earth, and man shrouded the dark void. At the center of the 3 spirits, the yin and yang appeared. The yin and yang formed a yin and yang diagram that slowly rotated. As it rotated, all the surrounding divine retribution rotated faster and faster until it was almost impossible to see its trajectory. However, the strange thing was that the rotation of each layer of divine retribution was different from the others. From the yin and yang to the 9 palaces, the 8 types of divine retribution turned into 8 vortexes. As they rotated, they strangely fused together. A thunderous rumble echoed as the vortexes rotated. At the center of the yin and yang diagram, a shocking light shot out. This light had no color, but it gave off a feeling of extreme. It was the extreme of the heavens and earth, the extreme of all living things. Extreme realm. At the same time, Wang Lin's body rotated. The 9 palaces, 8 trigrams, and all the other divine retribution fused into his body and formed a pattern that looked exactly the same as the one outside. At the center of the yin and yang diagram, the extreme realm was born. The moment the extreme realm was born, Wang Lin's body stopped collapsing and his origin soul stopped dissipating. Everything was still. Wang Lin opened his eyes. The moment his eyes opened, red lightning flashed crazily in his pupils. This red lightning that represented the extreme realm hadn't appeared in Wang Lin's eyes for more than 1,000 years. His white hair moved without any wind, and a red light appeared at the roots of his hair. In an instant, Wang Lin's white hair turned red. This red was blood red. The red lightning in his eyes became more and more intense as a monstrous, murderous aura erupted from his body. The G realm had descended. He had sacrificed a great deal and was determined to face death. His body had absorbed all sorts of heavenly tribulation, and in the instant that the ultimate realm appeared, Wang Lin's body once again gave birth to the long-lost ultimate realm. It was at this moment that the limitless realm that appeared in the 9 palaces to 2 polarities diagram of heavenly tribulation shot out, transforming into a red bolt of lightning that shot toward Wang Lin. As it neared, Wang Lin lifted his head and laughed. Red lightning shot out from his eyes and landed on his right hand. He reached out and grabbed the heavenly tribulation's pole. The moment the destructive power entered his body, Wang Lin retreated and leaned against the realm sealing formation. He used his body, which was already familiar with the ultimate realm, as a medium to send all of the power of the heavenly tribulation into the realm sealing formation. The formation rumbled and the treasure spirits appeared. Just as they were about to launch a counterattack, a large amount of green threads appeared on the formation. They entangled the treasure spirits, making it impossible for them to appear. The heavenly tribulation's pole was allowed to follow Wang Lin's body and land on the realm sealing formation. The realm sealing formation trembled violently and shined brightly. As Wang Lin retreated, the realm sealing formation was like a giant net. As Wang Lin retreated, it expanded endlessly. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with red lightning, and his right hand hit the realm sealing formation. The G realm inside his body left his body and charged at the realm sealing formation. This was the attack of 2 G realms. The heavenly tribulation's pole and Wang Lin's pole fused together and created an indescribable impact on the realm sealing formation. At that instant, the number of azure threads on the realm sealing formation increased, as if they had turned into waves of ripples. As they reverberated, they began to destroy the formation on a large scale. Thunderous rumbles continued. In almost an instant, the net behind Wang Lin showed signs of collapse, and a small gap was opened. Just as this gap appeared, there was a series of screams coming from the realm sealing formation. The heaven-splitting axe that Tua Sun recognized as his ancestor's treasure suddenly appeared. The moment it appeared, The green threads on the formation collapsed and retreated to resist the axe. "Why aren't you leaving? What are you waiting for?" The ancient voice of the Lord of the Realm, sealing formation, echoed. The moment this voice echoed, the gap in the formation behind Wang Lin was torn open even more, revealing a gap big enough for a person to pass through. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to shrink his ancient god body to the size of a normal person. He held Li Qianmei in his right hand and mercilessly charged out of the gap. What appeared in front of him was an unfamiliar starry sky, the ancient star system. There were also hundreds of strange cultivators in the distance that were looking at him with dumbfounded expressions. These cultivators were the people of the ancient star system. However, just as he charged out of the realm sealing formation, the heaven-splitting axe was entangled by the countless green threads. It pointed at Wang Lin and mercilessly chopped down. With this chop, a ray of axe energy shot out toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was ferocious as he let out a roar at the axe energy. "You're a treasure of my ancient god clan, yet you dare to attack your master?" The moment the axe energy closed in, it trembled as if it was struggling, but in the end, it still arrived and pierced through Wang Lin's chest. Blood sprayed out and a huge wound appeared on Wang Lin's chest. His face was pale and he coughed out blood. He was already seriously injured by the divine retribution, and now he was hit by the axe energy. His origin soul was about to collapse, and because of the ancient god aura contained in the axe energy, his body couldn't heal. Blood continued to flow out, and all of Wang Lin's internal organs began to shatter. His eyes were blurry, but he stared at the realm sealing formation as he staggered backward. At this moment, the gap in the realm sealing formation that Wang Lin had charged through quickly healed. As the seal continued, there were no more flaws. Only the green threads rushed into the gap and took root there. As for the heaven-splitting axe, it was facing Wang Lin from a distance. It was as if there was a treasure spirit looking at Wang Lin. After a long time, the giant axe gradually dissipated and fused with the realm sealing formation. When Wang Lin was seriously injured and almost fainted, the ancient star system cultivators guarding the formation awakened from their shock. They looked at Wang Lin with killing intent in their eyes. There was no reason for the slaughter between the outer realm and the inner realm. It could be said that this was a slaughter between two races. Either you die or I live. Kill him. This person charged out of the inner realm and is seriously injured. Kill this person and send him back to the clan. There will be rewards. He was injured by the spirit of the formation and is about to die. Kill. The ancient star system cultivators were filled with monstrous killing intent. Their eyes were filled with ruthlessness and brutality as they charged at Wang Lin. Among these outer realm cultivators, their cultivation levels varied. The lowest was at the Nirvana Cleanser stage, and the highest was at the peak of the late stage of Nirvana Shatterer. Hundreds of cultivators charged over. "You're all courting death." Wang Lin was seriously injured, and his body was extremely weak, but there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. This was the outer realm, the ancient star system he had never been to before. This was the place he had seen in the seven-colored realm, where the inner realm ancestors were madly trying to escape. There will be a day when our descendants will break this formation and make all you outer realm cultivators perish. We'll make your outer realm bleed like a river. The roar of the celestial before he died clearly echoed in Wang Lin's ears. The coldness in his eyes became even stronger as he looked at the unfamiliar star system before him and at the realm sealing formation that was gradually disappearing behind him. For the people of the inner realm, a moment was an eternity. The rays of light from the outer realm cultivators closed in an instant. Their ferocious faces and murderous gazes clearly landed in Wang Lin's eyes. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his left hand formed a seal. He pointed at his chest several times and calmly muttered, "Celestial spell. Spirit, devouring body, devouring spell." Back when Shimizu first appeared in the Thunder Celestial Realm, he began a crazy slaughter. Every cultivator he killed had their origin souls devoured. Their flesh and blood became nutrients for Shimizu to recover his cultivation. This kind of cruel spell was something Shimizu had created himself. Aside from Wang Lin, he had never taught it to anyone else. In the entire world, whether it was the inner or outer realms, only Wang Lin and Shimizu knew this kind of cruel celestial spell. What kind of celestial spell was this? This was clearly a devil spell. At this moment, Wang Lin was using it for the first time in his life. His entire body withered, as if he had turned into a human-shaped skeleton. A crazy aura erupted from his body, and even the wound on his chest squirmed so that no blood flowed out. The moment the outer realm cultivators closed in, a cruel laugh echoed. Wang Lin took a step forward and turned into a black fog that surrounded an outer realm cultivator. The cultivator immediately let out a miserable scream. His voice was heaven-shaking and contained indescribable fear. When the surrounding cultivators heard this, their expressions changed greatly. The black fog instantly moved and merged with the world before disappearing. The cultivator that was sucked and turned into a bag of bones. His eyes were gray and filled with fear. All of the essence in his body dissipated and his body collapsed. For the outer realm cultivators guarding the formation, the nightmare was just about to begin. In the outer realm, Wang Lin, who could use spatial bending and use the spirit-devouring, body-devouring spell, was their nightmare. A black fog suddenly appeared behind an outer realm mid-stage nirvana cleanser cultivator. Before he could turn around, he felt pain in his back as the black fog rushed into his body. As he screamed in fear, his body expanded like crazy. In just a moment, his body exploded. Blood filled the air, and the nightmare began. Are there any more monthly votes? Are there any more monthly votes? Chapter 1308. The cultivator, whose body was rapidly expanding and was about to explode, coughed out blood. However, the moment the blood spread out, it immediately condensed and was absorbed by the black fog that came out of the cultivator's body. Even the cultivator's primordial spirit was devoured cleanly. The miserable screams before death echoed in the quiet starry sky and spread far and wide. Form the formation. Just as the surrounding outer realm cultivators were terrified, a roar came from a peak nirvana shatterer old man. As he roared, all the cultivators retreated. Their hands formed seals, and different marks flashed between their eyebrows. However, just as the peak nirvana shatterer old man roared, his expression changed greatly, and he quickly retreated. After the black fog absorbed the cultivator's body, it charged toward him and disappeared without a trace in a few breaths of time. The peak nirvana shatterer old man didn't hesitate to activate all the origin energy in his body. A shockwave surrounded his body, and a thunderous rumble spread out with him as the center. This person is heavily injured. If we spread out our cultivation, he won't dare to take us on. Before he could finish speaking, black fog suddenly appeared behind him. Two gazes shot out from the black fog. Those gazes contained red lightning and an extreme force of the world. In an instant, the entire galaxy became as cold as the 12th month of winter. The red lightning attracted the gazes of all the cultivators here. The red light was like blood and extreme, and it became the only eternal thing in their minds. In particular, the pupils of the peak nirvana shatterer old man shrank, and the red lightning also appeared in his eyes. The red lightning penetrated the black fog and shot toward the old man at an unimaginable speed. The old man let out a roar as his right hand formed a seal and pushed forward. He retreated like crazy, and his left hand reached at his chest. A giant shield with a ghostly face appeared before him. The danger of death had never been so deep in the old man's heart. All of his attention and energy were focused on the red lightning. Although the world was vast, the stars were vast, and there were many cultivators, at this moment, the old man felt like he was alone. All of the stars, all of the world, and all the cultivators disappeared. In the old man's eyes, only the red lightning closed in like crazy. His right hand contained all of his nirvana shatterer cultivation. As he pushed forward, powerful origin energy filled the area, and turned into colorful spells in an attempt to stop the red lightning. However, the strength of the red lightning was far beyond anyone's expectations. In a flash, thunderous rumbles echoed. The spells the old man had cast didn't even have the qualifications to stop it. The moment they touched the red lightning, they collapsed. The red lightning pierced through like a hot knife through butter and closed in on the old man's ghostly face shield. The old man's face was ashen as he placed his hand on the shield. The veins on his face swelled, and he let out a ferocious roar. However, before he could finish speaking, the red lightning collided with the ghostly face shield. Crackling sounds echoed across the stars and entered the ears of every cultivator. They stared dumbfoundedly at all of this, and their eyes were filled with indescribable fear and aghast. The ghostly face on the shield moved when the red lightning closed in. It unexpectedly appeared and opened its mouth to devour the red lightning. The red lightning charged into the mouth of the ghostly face, and the ghostly face let out a miserable scream before collapsing. It was penetrated by the red lightning and landed on the shield. With a bang, the shield shattered into pieces. As the shield collapsed, the red bolt of lightning shot out and entered the center of the old man's eyebrows. His body trembled, and his eyes immediately became dim. Black blood flowed out of them. His body trembled as the red bolt of lightning destroyed his body. The moment his nascent divinity touched the lightning, it collapsed with a bang, unable to resist at all. His sea of consciousness collapsed. His origin soul was destroyed, and all the vitality in his body dissipated. The black fog also arrived at this moment and wrapped around the old man's body. A moment later, the black fog moved away, leaving behind a skinny corpse that turned to dust. This is an outer realm cultivator. A gloomy voice came from the black fog and echoed across the stars. The appearance of this voice ignited the panic in the hearts of all the cultivators who had accumulated fear in this short period of time. In their eyes, the black fog was like a nightmare, and anyone who touched it would immediately die a miserable death. In their eyes, the inner realm cultivators were like a group of sheep, like a group of trapped beasts. The inner realm cultivators didn't care about them at all. In their eyes, they were the heavenly Tao of the inner realm cultivators. Every person in the ancient star system could be called the heavenly Tao of the inner realm. The inner realm was like the wilderness, like savages. However, at this moment, all of their thoughts collapsed, and their eyes were filled with monstrous fear. They didn't hesitate to retreat and scatter. They didn't dare to stop Zhao Jioga. The only thought in their minds was to escape, escape, escape. Wang Lin's figure faintly appeared inside the black fog. He licked his lips. The devouring heaven spell was extremely powerful. After devouring several people, Wang Lin's injuries were rapidly recovering. The comfortable feeling from devouring others was like eating a celestial ascension fruit. It was fascinating and made people unwilling to give up. There was a flash of red in Wang Lin's eyes. As the surrounding hundreds of cultivators scattered, Wang Lin let out a sinister laugh and stepped out from the black fog. His body was thin and covered in black fog, as if he just walked out from hell. At this moment, he closed in on an outer realm cultivator. This cultivator didn't look very old, only a young man. His eyes were filled with indescribable fear, and when Wang Lin closed in, he forgot to resist and screamed. However, his scream only began before it suddenly stopped. Wang Lin's left hand grabbed the young cultivator's neck, and he charged forward without stopping. As Wang Lin moved forward, the young man's neck was grabbed, so he couldn't make a sound. However, his body trembled violently and black fog erupted from his body. In just a moment, his body withered. His origin soul, origin energy, and vitality were all absorbed by Wang Lin's left hand. His eyes widened, and the moment his pupils dilated, his body suddenly exploded. Even his blood was absorbed by Wang Lin. It was as if his entire body had been devoured by Wang Lin's left hand. The moment his body collapsed, Wang Lin caught up to another outer realm cultivator. This was a beautiful woman, and her eyes were filled with endless fear. Although Wang Lin's black fog was terrifying, it wasn't bloody. However, the scene before her was a visual impact. When he closed in, the smell of blood entered her nose, causing her to scream miserably. She was about to retreat, but Wang Lin's hand landed on her chest and slammed into her. The miserable screams became even more intense and sharp. The woman's body trembled and rapidly withered. She was no longer beautiful, only bones remained. Devil! This person is a devil! Amidst the blood-curdling screams, the fleeing cultivators felt their hearts tremble, and their hearts were filled with endless terror. Miserable screams continued to echo. As Wang Lin continued to devour, he moved faster and faster. Combined with spatial bending, these hundreds of cultivators had nowhere to run in this vast star system. Often, Wang Lin would catch up to a person in a flash. However, whether it was a man or a woman, they were all his enemies. There was no reason for the battle between the inner and outer realms, only slaughter. Outside the realm ceiling formation, this bloody slaughter was happening like crazy. The realm ceiling formation was the witness of this slaughter. Countless years ago, the inner realm celestial wanted to rush out of the formation, but was killed by the formation spirit. The outer realm indifferently watched as the roar of that celestial silently echoed inside and outside the realm ceiling formation. There will come a day when the descendants of our cultivators will break this formation and exterminate all of you foreigners. We'll make your outer realm bleed like a river. The blood didn't form a river, but it was even more shocking than a river. As he continued to devour, in a short period of time, Wang Lin's cultivation rapidly recovered. His origin soul was full and his soul was solid. Only the injury on his chest was recovering slowly. More than half of the hundreds of cultivators had disappeared as he devoured like crazy. Nearly 100 of the cultivators with the highest cultivation levels had escaped far away. They were filled with panic and fear as they desperately tried to escape. Licking his lips, Wang Lin suddenly turned around and looked at the escaping cultivators. His body was covered in black fog. None of you can escape. He suddenly turned around, and the black fog turned into a giant vortex that rotated like crazy. As it rotated, the vortex grew larger and larger, and a powerful suction force came from it. Under this suction force, the nearly 100 cultivators who had escaped far away immediately slowed down. In their terror, they found that their bodies were being rapidly pulled back. The fear of death and the shocking bloody scenes caused these cultivators to feel despair. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's expression changed greatly. He suddenly turned and looked into the distance. Without hesitation, he waved his left hand, and the black fog around him turned into many arms. The arms quickly caught up to the nearly 100 cultivators and began to devour them. Miserable screams echoed. At this moment, all of the people guarding the formation died. After devouring these cultivators, Wang Lin quickly took a step forward and disappeared without a trace. The moment he disappeared, a roar came from the distance. Wang Lin! In the distance, a giant figure that was as large as the stars in the sky was rushing toward this place. Thank you everyone for giving us second place again. Right now, we haven't pulled away from the rest of the people behind us, and second place is in danger. Begging for monthly votes. Chapter 1309. There was a mistake in this chapter. The highest cultivation level of the three people chasing Toa Sun was not void tribulent, but spirit void. Toa Sun. The moment his body merged with the world and disappeared, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He looked at the giant figure behind him. The other party was still far away, but his figure was too big. Just his roar was enough to cause the origin energy in the world to collapse. He is indeed in the outer realm. Wang Lin's figure disappeared into the world. Shortly after he disappeared, a thunderous rumble echoed outside the realm ceiling formation. Tuo Sen's giant body arrived, and his body gave off an even stronger aura of blood. Over the years in the outer realm, He had slaughtered one ancient tribe after another and even caused third-step cultivators in the ancient star system to hunt him down. If it was just one or two third-step cultivators, Tuasin wouldn't be afraid, and he might even slaughter them. However, it wasn't just one or two third-step cultivators chasing him, but three. One of them had already reached the spirit void stage. Although he was still in the middle stage, he was able to unleash earth-shattering mystiques and Tao techniques. Just this person was enough to give Tuasin a headache. Tuasin had been injured when he tried to break into the realm sealing formation many years ago, and a few of his stars had exploded when he captured a third-step cultivator. He was at his weakest, but his body was not something Wang Lin could compare to. His body was the body of a real ancient god, a royal ancient god that had lived for countless years. Its power was unimaginable. Under the pursuit of the three third-step cultivators, his injuries had worsened, but the three of them weren't any better. They were also injured, but none of them could do anything to the other. Only the spirit void cultivator had dealt a heavy blow to Tuasin, causing Tuasin to retreat in anger. He destroyed everything he saw along the way, and the three third-step cultivators didn't seem to want to push him too hard. They wanted to get close to Tuasin until he was exhausted. After 10 years of time, the anger in Tuasin's heart was enough to burn the world. He had come looking for Wang Lin, but he hadn't found Wang Lin. He was about to go crazy. However, just as his anger was monstrous, he felt Wang Lin's aura appear in the ancient star system. This made Tuasin rush over without hesitation. Behind him, 3 rays of light followed. There were 2 men and 1 woman, but it was impossible to see them clearly. There was a distortion around them that blocked all divine sense and sight. Without the slightest hesitation, they followed Tuasin into the distance. As Tuasin stepped forward, he arrived outside the realm sealing formation. He let out a roar, and his right hand formed a fist. He mercilessly threw a punch at the void before him. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the space before him was torn open, revealing a giant rift. His body suddenly shrank until he was the size of a normal person. He stepped into the rift and disappeared. Chase! No matter what, he had to catch up to Wang Lin and devour him. Then he would devour the 3 third-step cultivators to vent the anger in his heart. Wang Lin merged with the world and used spatial bending. He didn't have a fixed target, but did his best to descend as far as possible. In the northern part of the ancient star system, a large amount of distorted ripples echoed, and Wang Lin's figure walked out. His body was still covered in black fog, and when he walked out, he didn't stop at all and moved forward. However, at the instant he appeared, a storm immediately appeared in the space behind him. The power of that storm was indescribable, and it was enough to destroy the world. As rumbling sounds rang out, the space behind him was torn apart by the storm, and a huge crack appeared. Chilling chi crazily surged out, and a roar echoed. Tuasin crazily charged out from the crack. His eyes were blood red and filled with greed. Wang Lin, this god has finally found you. Wang Lin's right foot stepped forward and he no longer moved. He used spatial bending and merged with the world once more. He turned around and looked at Tuasin, who was charging out from the rift. His eyes lit up and his G-realm shot out like red lightning toward Senator Tuasin's ferocious right hand formed a fist and he threw a punch. The power of one wave could blow up a cultivation planet. His right hand was very fast and collided with the red lightning in the blink of an eye. The red lightning unexpectedly entered Tuasin's body and began to wreak havoc. However, at the same time, Tuasin's attack also shot out. A portion of it charged at Wang Lin and landed on Wang Lin just as he was about to merge with the world. His body trembled violently, and he coughed out blood. The black fog around him collapsed and disappeared from the world. Tuasin's right hand paused, and his eyes revealed a strange light. Divine Retribution G. His expression changed. The red lightning inside his body couldn't be destroyed and continued to wreak havoc. However, with the powerful recovery ability of an ancient god, it wasn't a big deal. However, Tuasin was injured, so there was a hidden danger. Just as he was about to give chase, Tua's frowned. Behind him, 3 beams of light whistled through the air. Their speed increased as they closed in on him. The 3 cultivators had been following him the entire time, and as soon as they saw the red lightning, they recognized it. Without hesitation, they transformed into 3 beams of light that shot toward Tua's sun. In a part of the ancient star system, Wang Lin's figure staggered out from the void. His face was pale, and he coughed out another mouthful of blood. The wound on his chest was torn open, and large amounts of blood flowed out, staining his clothes. This wound contained the aura of the heaven-splitting axe. For the ancient god clan, it was extremely difficult to recover. Unless the aura was purposely forced out, it would take a very long time for it to heal. Being able to meet Tua's sun here was not outside of Wang Lin's expectations. However, even though he knew that Tua's sun was here and that Tua's sun wanted to kill him, how could Wang Lin not dare to come out of fear? After his figure appeared, he waved his left hand and the blood sword appeared. He didn't stop and instantly teleported forward. In addition to the G realm, he also had this blood sword. This sword was also an ancient god treasure. Even though it wasn't as powerful as the heaven-splitting axe, it could still cause great damage to the ancient god clan. Also, from the brief contact Wang Lin had with Tua's sun, he immediately found that Tua's sun was much weaker than he was in the land of the ancient god. More importantly, with Wang Lin's intelligence and understanding of Tua's sun, he knew that Tua's sun wouldn't hide in the ancient star system and would go on a killing spree. This would attract the attention of the third-step cultivators in the ancient star system, and they might even surround and kill him. This Tua's sun's injury, aside from breaking the realm ceiling formation, must have something to do with being surrounded. From his appearance, he seems to be very tired. I presume he is also being chased. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he quickly moved. His figure flickered through the stars, and every time he flashed, he crossed an endless distance. A moment later, Wang Lin found that there were no signs of Tua's sun chasing after him. This made him even more certain of his speculation. However, he understood that all of this was only temporary. There had to be a reason why Tua's sun had been able to live so arrogantly in the ancient star system for so many years. Also, with his powerful body, it was extremely rare for someone to be able to kill someone. Wang Lin was certain that the other party would come after him in a short period of time. He didn't have much time and needed to recover to his peak as soon as possible. At this moment, he was moving at full speed and moving through the stars like crazy. Only by shaking off Tua's sun can I send Li Qianmei to where Dao Master Blue Dream is. When I devoured the hundreds of cultivators, I also learned about their memories. Dao Master Blue Dream is one of the 5 masters of the ancient star system, and he lives on Mount Blue, where the Blue Silk clan is located. Wang Lin moved through the stars, and his divine sense spread out. A moment later, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. He noticed that there was a cultivation planet in the distance, and there were many ancient star system cultivators living there. I can't be soft-hearted right now. I was born in the inner realm and grew up in the inner realm. Sooner or later, the 2 realms will go to war. If I kill one more person now, the outer realm will have 1 less force in the war. This is a war between the 2 realms. There is no right or wrong. Wang Lin's speed increased greatly as he pondered. Popping sounds came from his body as the collapsed black fog gathered once more. It turned into a monstrous fog and rushed toward the cultivation planet in the distance. He moved faster and faster as he broke through the stars and closed in. The cultivation planet before him was dark and filled with swamps. The spiritual energy here was very dense, and not only were there cultivators, there were also large amounts of spirit beasts. However, what was strange was that it was filled with resentment. The resentment was so strong that it almost rushed into the sky. The moment he closed in, a sharp howl came from the cultivation planet. The formation on the planet suddenly activated. It seemed to have used some unknown method to detect Wang Lin's arrival. However, the speed at which the formation activated was too slow in Wang Lin's eyes. In a flash, the moment the formation opened, he charged in. The monstrous black fog around him split into hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, and began devouring like crazy on the cultivation planet. Miserable screams echoed across the cultivation planet, filled with resentment. All the cultivators on the planet were surrounded by the black fog, and their bodies rapidly withered. All their vitality, blood, and origin souls were absorbed by the black fog. Which demonic cultivator dares to come to my planet to devour spirits? An old man wearing a green robe flew out from the cultivation planet and roared at the black fog in the sky. There was a green halo around him. He was a powerful cultivator at the first heaven's blight. A powerful cultivator. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes as he licked his lips. He turned into a bolt of G-realm red lightning and charged at the old man. The old man's expression changed, and he was about to resist when a gloomy voice echoed. "Stop!" With one word, the old man's body suddenly stopped. This pause was the difference between life and death. Wang Lin closed in and charged into the old man's body. The old man let out a miserable scream as his body was surrounded by black fog. Chapter 13:10. The heaven-devouring spell focused on exterminating everything and taking everything for one's own use. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the old man's body suddenly collapsed. Strangely, his flesh and blood didn't scatter, but began to burn and turn to ashes in an instant. The fog scattered for where the old man collapsed, revealing Wang Lin's figure. His face was rosy, but there was a faint black line between his eyebrows. After he appeared, he didn't stop but charged into the planet. Wherever he went, the black fog would rush into the bodies of all the cultivators. Their bodies would wither, and their flesh and blood would dissipate and be absorbed by Wang Lin as he walked by. A moment later, almost all the outer realm cultivators on the planet were dead. The black fog around Wang Lin was monstrous and formed devilish flames. He floated in the air, and his left hand mercilessly reached at the earth below. Extract the power of the planet's soul. There was a thunderous rumble, and the entire planet trembled violently. An ancient aura rushed out like crazy, as if it had been awakened from a deep slumber. Strands of white smoke came from the planet and flew toward Wang Lin's left hand. They formed a fist-sized ball of gas in his hand. The smoke inside seemed to contain space itself. Holding this ball of gas, the monstrous black fog around Wang Lin took him, and he disappeared from the planet. Among the stars, Wang Lin merged with the world and quickly moved forward. Whenever he encountered a planet, he would immediately rush in and devour it to extract the planet's soul. Soon, there were 7 balls of planet soul gas floating around Wang Lin. Thunderous rumbles echoed as he moved forward, and an ancient aura filled the stars. Gradually, the injuries to his soul recovered. Only the wound on his chest caused by the heaven-splitting axe still oozed blood from time to time. Apart from that, he was fine. Even the wound showed signs of healing under Wang Lin's endless devouring. However, there was always the aura of the heaven-splitting axe lingering within it, causing the healing process to slow down. If I don't force the axe light out, it will take a long time to heal. As Wang Lin traveled through the starry sky, his eyes flashed coldly as he looked toward the bright starry sky in the distance. To force out the axe energy, just absorbing the flesh and blood of these ordinary outer realm cultivators is not enough. I can only absorb ancient god power. In the ancient star system, I only know one place where ancient god power exists. That is the Moon Slave Clan. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he let out a cold snort. He took a step forward and immediately disappeared. He flew toward the Moon Clan star system. The Yu clan had as many experts as there were clouds in the sky, and there were even many old monsters that had lived for countless years. It could be said to be a dragon's pool and tiger's den, with danger at every step. However, Wang Lin had other plans. Through the devouring outside the sealed realm, he knew that the Moon Clan was still alive and hadn't been destroyed by the Tuo Senior. Since the Tuo Sun won't let up, I'll lead him to the Moon Clan. Let's see how the Moon Clan will resist. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He merged with the world and disappeared without a trace in a few breaths. The Moon Clan was very far away from where Wang Lin was. He had never been there before, but he knew from the memories of the cultivators and the Moon Clan members in the Seven-Color Realm that it was impossible to reach it with just one spatial bending. It would take several tries. As he moved, Wang Lin had no time to look at the ancient star system. This place was different from the inner realm. No matter how bright the inner realm was, there was a thin layer of haziness. It was as if everything was separated by some force, as if it was in a cage. If one hadn't come to the outer realm, they wouldn't have noticed this at all. They would only think that the world was supposed to be like this. For the outer realm cultivators, the inner realm was a cage that locked up everything they coveted. Due to the existence of this cage, the outer realm cultivators could borrow the realm's sealing formation to carry out their plans against the inner realm again and again. Whether it was planting the seven-colored Tao fruit, the collapse of the celestial realm, or burying the hidden lines, all of it had greatly weakened the power of the inner realm. It was extremely difficult for the people of the inner realm to come out, but it wasn't difficult for the people of the outer realm to enter. Whether it was the sovereign or the ancient devil that attacked Qinglin, they were all from the outer realm. There seemed to be no obstacles for them to enter the realm sealing formation. They had a special method, and this method was given to them by the outer realm's ancient celestial realm. Wang Lin had heard all of this from the Lord of the Sealed Realm. He also knew that the realm sealing formation sealed not only the living beings of the inner realm, but also the origin energy of the world. The origin energy of the inner realm seemed infinite, but as time passed, it became less and less. As for the outer realm, it was boundless. In addition, what shocked Wang Lin the most was that not only did the realm sealing formation seal the origin energy of the world, it also made it so that there were very few third-step cultivators in the inner realm. Over the countless years, some geniuses that had formed essences and only needed to complete their essences to enter the third step were unable to complete their essences due to the realm sealing formation and could only die. All of this was the power of Joss flames. If one wanted to become a third-step cultivator, Joss flames were the most important. Even those third-step cultivators had to go into closed-door cultivation due to the realm sealing formation so that their essences wouldn't scatter. Due to the realm sealing formation, there was no Joss flames in the inner realm at all. Even if it was artificially created, it would be instantly absorbed by the realm sealing formation. If one wanted to have the Joss flames to maintain their essences, they could only go to the outer realm or become a spy for the outer realm. For example, Taoist water, Nirvana void, spirit void, arcane void, and void tribulent. Nirvana void was a bit better, but it was extremely difficult to reach spirit void. It was almost impossible. As for arcane void, it was even more out of reach. When the Lord of the Sealed Realm descended, the first thing he did was solve the problem of Joss flames. Thus, he organized the 4 celestial realms and used them to resist the absorption of Joss flames by the Sealed Realm formation. The Lord of the Sealed Realm had great power and wisdom. Under his control, everything was developing in a good direction. Even the Joss flames were stopped by the 4 celestial realms from being absorbed by the Sealed Realm formation. However, all of this was destroyed in the end. The people of the outer realm would never allow this to happen to the inner realm. Before the calamity, the Lord of the Sealed Realm was ambushed by Taoist water. He was seriously injured by the sovereign, the other sovereigns, and a few traitors from the ancient celestial realm. He almost died. Bai Fan pointed at the sky and went crazy. Qinglin's mind was torn by the sovereign's daughter, Fu Fei. Then he was hunted by the ancient devil and ancient demon. The cloud and lightning celestial realms were even more so. Everything was destroyed so that the cultivators of the inner realm would forever be caged. They would never be able to obtain the real world. They attacked the realm sealing formation again and again to break this cage. The outer realm had never waged a large-scale war against the inner realm. They had only been weakening the inner realm. They were waiting for the inner realm to weaken to the extreme. Then they would launch a strike of thunder, charge into the formation, destroy the inner realm, find the door to the ancient celestial realm. This day was not far away. It was very, very close. The inner realm had been weakened for countless years and had reached its weakest point. The day the outer realm had been waiting for a long time was coming. It was because he noticed all of this that the Lord of the Sealed Realm sent Wang Lin to the Dao realm and helped him leave the inner realm. His purpose was to allow Wang Lin to obtain enough Joss flames in the outer realm to increase his cultivation to the third step. The Lord of the Sealed Realm could naturally see the 5 essences on Wang Lin. Although his expression was neutral, the shock he felt was heaven-shaking. He didn't say it, but it was because of these 5 essences that he decided to make Wang Lin his inheritor. He would lead the inner realm to resist the outer realm's attack, and even slaughter his way out of the outer realm. He also chose to merge with the realm sealing formation. His purpose was to use his last bit of power to make the realm sealing formation belong to the inner realm. When the inner realm needed to rest, it would stop the outer realm from invading. When the inner realm cultivators wanted to counterattack, he would open the realm sealing formation. Regardless of whether he could do it or not, his life had made Wang Lin admire him. This place doesn't belong to me. I'm from the inner realm. Withdrawing his gaze from the ancient star system, Wang Lin's eyes became even more determined. He took a step forward and was about to continue merging with the world, but his expression suddenly changed. He looked behind him, and as his eyes flickered, he disappeared among the stars. The moment his figure disappeared, a loud rumble came from the starry sky. A huge crack appeared out of nowhere, and Tuo's sun charged out with bloodshot eyes. Behind him, 3 rays of light flew by. It was the 3 third-step cultivators that were chasing Tuo's sun. Tuo's sun's roar echoed across the stars. The pursuit of the 3 third-step cultivators over the past 10 years had made him extremely angry. If it wasn't for the 3rd spirit void cultivator, he wouldn't have escaped. However, just thinking about that spirit void cultivator made Tuo's sun furious. Although he was reckless, he didn't lack intelligence. He naturally saw that the 3 of them were chasing him for a purpose. However, just as he was about to devour Wang Lin, the 3 of them became even more intense. This caused Tuo's Sin's anger to reach a peak. If I don't kill the 3 of them, even if I catch up to Wang Lin, I won't have a chance to devour him. Tuo's Sin charged out from the rift with a monstrous, cold gaze in his eyes. He looked at where Wang Lin had disappeared to and suddenly turned around. His body expanded countless times, and he became an ancient god. The 3 of you have been chasing this god for 10 years just to wait for this god to get tired. Now this god will give you a chance. Tuo's Sin's voice shook the heavens and earth, causing space itself to tremble. He turned around and took a step toward the 3 people chasing after him. Chapter 13:11. This punch was heaven-shattering, and it was as if a cultivation planet was smashing down. Of the 3 third-step cultivators that charged out, 1 was at the Spirit Void stage, while the other 2 were at the early stage of Nirvana Void. The 3 of them were already familiar with Tuo's Sin's attack, so they didn't scatter. Instead, they each hit the spot between their eyebrows. In the blink of an eye, a mighty force erupted from the 3 people's bodies, turning into 3 strange streams of light that shot towards Tuo's Sin's fist. Thunderous rumbles echoed in the world at this instant. Cracking sounds rang out as a huge rift was torn open in space. As it swept out, it was as if space itself was going to be split in half. A battle between third-step cultivators could collapse a star system. Tuo's Sun let out a muffled groan, and his eyes revealed a hint of madness. The 3 cultivators chasing him would never split up. It had been like this for 10 years. No matter how he attacked, the 3 of them wouldn't give him a chance to split up and kill them. However, right now, in order to catch up to Wang Lin as soon as possible and not be entangled by the 3 of them, Tuo's Sun revealed a crazy expression. This god has killed several third-step cultivators in my life, and the 3 of you have chased me for 10 years. Do you really think this god can't do anything to you? Break the stars for me. The stars between Tuo's Sin's eyebrows flashed rapidly, and one of them flew out. This light gave off an unimaginable penetrating force. Even Wang Lin, who had merged with the world, felt the indescribable ancient god power when he appeared in another direction. The ancient god star shined brightly, and as it flashed, Tuatha's sun let out a roar like crazy. Explode! He didn't hesitate to shatter a star to stop the 3 third-step cultivators. This showed how determined he was to devour Wang Lin. The ancient god star emitted endless desolation and erupted with a might that could destroy the heavens and the earth. It suddenly exploded and grew larger and larger. In the end, it gave rise to a vortex storm that swept out in all directions, with this place as the center. Boom, 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 boom. That violent sound was like heaven and earth was constantly collapsing. The starry sky was torn apart, and huge cracks frantically swept across the starry sky. 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles, 1 million miles, 10 million miles, everything was enveloped within it. The countless cultivation planets, countless cultivators, and living beings were all annihilated. A small portion of the ancient star system felt the shockwave and the destructive force erupting like crazy. Just the shockwave was like a wave that swept across the star system. The 3 third-step cultivators released all of their strength, took out their magic treasures, and used our spells. However, under this intense impact, the 3 of them were forced to retreat and were forced back. The spirit void realm old man formed a seal with his hands. Although he was forced back and his face was pale, he wasn't seriously injured. All the power of the fragmentary stars before him dissipated as they closed in on him. However, the other man and woman coughed out blood and retreated. Thunderous rumbles echoed around them, and the 3 of them separated from each other. Finally separated. Tuatha didn't hesitate to destroy a star to separate the 3 of them. Once they were separated, he would have nothing to fear. He grinned and took a step forward. His body was already very large, so, with one step, the world rumbled, and he closed in on the male Nirvana Void cultivator. The stars between his eyebrows rotated, and the remaining stars flew out at the same time. They rotated rapidly to form a giant vortex that shot toward the Nirvana Void cultivator. Master Simo retreat. The expression of the spirit void, old man, changed greatly, and he roared. Ripples appeared in space around him, and he charged at Master Simo, who was surrounded by Tuatha's star vortex. Master Simo's eyes shined brightly. As Tuatha's star vortex closed in, his hands formed a seal, and he muttered, "Imprison the Tao of the heavens. All life must pass through endless tribulations. Leave the deep prison, and all life must pass through endless tribulations. Break free from the will of the heavens and obtain the path to life. Seal the fate of the heavens and seal the underworld. All life must not enter the true Tao. Sink into the sea of bitterness and forever lose the true Tao. Follow the path of cultivation." His voice was strange, but the moment it echoed, Tuatha's expression changed. His right hand formed a fist, and he threw a punch at the spirit void old man to stop him. Tuatha unexpectedly let Master Simo go and moved past the spirit void old man. In an instant, he appeared next to another third-step cultivator. It was a woman. She had been injured by Tuatha's fragmentary stars, and as she retreated, her pupils constricted. She saw Tuatha coming towards her with a single glance. She was about to cast a spell when Tuatha's fist landed on her. Popping sounds echoed, and the woman coughed out blood. As she retreated, the vortex formed by the stars between Tuatha's eyebrows rapidly descended. It surrounded the woman and pulled her back into the center of his eyebrows. The woman was sealed inside the second star. All of this happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. After sealing the woman, Tuatha tore open the starry sky with his right hand, and he immediately disappeared into the starry sky. This god still has a few stars that haven't shattered. I'll wait for the 2 of you to catch up. Although Tuatha had disappeared, his gloomy voice echoed across the stars. The spirit void old man's eyes lit up, and he looked at Master Simo. The 2 of them couldn't help but reveal strange smiles, but there was a hint of envy in those smiles. They turned into rays of light and quickly left this place. The person being chased by Tuo, his son, also has the aura of an ancient god. He is also a royal ancient god. I fear there are only two royal ancient gods left in this world. Tuo's son is no longer a problem, but the other one is not someone we can hunt. I just don't know what use a royal ancient god has for them. Why did they go through so much trouble and even change their plans along the way? This matter is top secret. I've heard a bit about it, but I don't know if it's true or not. It is said that royal ancient gods have the power of a god from the beginning of time and can allow. The two of them sent out divine senses to each other. However, before the spirit void old man finished speaking, his expression changed and he no longer spoke. Beside him, Master Simo also looked ahead. A woman gradually walked out from the starry sky in front of him. She was dressed in white, and her face was indistinct. As she walked, she did not make a sound, but it was as if she could cross an endless distance. This woman gave off an ethereal aura, as if she shouldn't exist in this world but in the celestial domain. Many thanks to the two of you. The woman's voice was erratic as she waved her right hand. Two rays of white light flew out and landed in Master Simo's and Master Simo's hands. This is the promised rank 6 Tao spirit. As she spoke, she didn't stop. She passed by Master Simo and slowly walked into the distance. The spirit void old man looked at the white light in his hand and nodded. He looked at Master Simo, but the two of them didn't speak. They turned into rays of light and disappeared among the stars. At this moment, it was as if the woman in white was the only thing left in the world. She slowly walked forward, and with each step she took, the stars dissipated under her feet. She gradually walked toward the place Tuo-san was chasing. Wang Lin continued to use spatial bending to get closer and closer to the star domain where the Moon Clan was. His expression was gloomy. The fluctuations of ancient god aura he sensed made him have some speculations. However, this wasn't the time to think too much. After merging with the world many times, Wang Lin appeared in a star domain that gave off gentle moonlight. The moonlight came from the surrounding planets and filled the entire star domain. At a glance, this place was extremely beautiful and dreamy. This is the place. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. This was the place where the Moon Clan was located. Just at this moment, another thunderous rumble came from behind him. Wang Lin didn't look back, but charged forward. His divine sense spread out, and he immediately noticed a place filled with ancient god aura. Trying to lure me into a trap? Wang Lin sneered. At the same time, the rumbling sound of space being torn apart immediately resounded in the star domain filled with moonlight. The crack in space was torn open, and Tuo-san stepped out, exhausted. Strangely, this loud sound didn't attract the attention of the Moon Clan at all. It was completely silent. You can't escape. Tuo-san's voice was like thunder, and his eyes became cold. He raised his right hand and threw a punch at Wang Lin, who was charging forward. I won't run either. Wang Lin moved forward and arrived at the place filled with ancient god aura. He immediately saw that there were several giant ancient god statues there. A thick ancient god aura came from these statues and filled the air. He suddenly turned around, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. There were even popping sounds coming from his body, and he instantly grew to a size of 10,000 feet. The 6 ancient god stars between his eyebrows rotated rapidly, and vast ancient god power erupted from his body. He waved his right hand, and there was a flash of bloodlight. The blood sword instantly appeared in his hand and turned into a 1,000-foot-long sword. He threw a punch at Tuo-san and quickly chopped down. Wang Lin stepped around the ancient god statues and sucked in all the ancient god aura around him. The moment it entered his body, it rushed toward the wound on his chest as he let out a roar. The remaining power of the giant axe rushed into the wound. Combined with the ancient god power in Wang Lin's body, there was a thunderous sound. Popping sounds echoed, and a blurry axe shadow was forced out of the wound on Wang Lin's chest. Without the power of the giant axe, the the wound on Wang Lin's chest immediately healed, and there was no longer any injury. I'm begging for a few monthly votes to help me continue exploding. Chapter 13:12. The power of Tuo Sin's punch after shattering his star was still extremely powerful. Although he was restricted by the rules of inheritance and could not use many of the ancient god-divine abilities, the power of his physical body alone was enough to shake heaven and earth. At this moment, the wind from his punch was like a storm, and it collided with the blood sword light that Wang Lin slashed forward as he retreated. The loud rumbles shook heaven and earth, and they turned into a crazy impact that rumbled in all directions. At the same time, the illusory axe that was formed by the aura of the heaven-splitting axe that Wang Lin had forced out of the wound on his chest was flung by Wang Lin's sleeve, and it shot towards Ta Sun like a meteor. The aura of the heaven-splitting axe exploded with dense ancient god chi, and it also contained the power to break through all barriers in the world. In an instant, it closed in on Tuo Sin's right fist and collided with it. Although Tuo Sun was strong, the blood sword could injure the ancient celestial emperor, and its origin was extremely mysterious. Ever since it fell into Wang Lin's hands, it had become almost invincible. Tuo Sin's physical body could not compare to the sharpness of the axe. When the fists collided, blood sprayed everywhere, and the moment the blood spread, the aura of the heaven-splitting axe closed in on Tuo Sin's right fist and rushed in his right arm, causing a series of shocking sounds. In the midst of the loud rumbles, the veins on Tuo Sin's right arm bulged, and his blood vessels surged. There was anger in his exhausted expression, and his body was actually blocked, causing him to pause for a moment. The moment his body stopped moving, the rumbling sounds in his right arm became even louder. It was as if a destructive force was about to rush out of his right arm. This could be said to be the first time that Wang Lin and Tuo Sun had truly fought head-on. Tuo Sin's body was blocked, but a portion of the powerful force in his fist still rushed out and closed in on Wang Lin. The moment the fist closed in, Wang Lin let out a roar and raised his arms to block. All his ancient god power erupted to resist the fist. The rumbles echoed once more, and Wang Lin felt like he had been hit by a cultivation planet. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood, and his body was knocked back into an ancient god statue. The moment the statue was hit, cracks began to spread from the point of impact, and in the blink of an eye, the cracks covered the entire statue. A large amount of ancient god aura came out from the cracks and entered Wang Lin's body. It instantly healed his injuries. As Wang Lin grinned, his left hand hit the statue behind him, and he stepped forward. His left hand pointed at the sky, and he clenched his fist. The moment he clenched his fist, 7 balls of milky white light spread out from his left fist. An ancient aura filled the world. These were the 7 planet souls that Wang Lin had extracted along the way. Tuo Sun, Wang Lin shouted out his name and waved his left hand. The 7 planet souls flew out toward Tuo Sun, who had paused for a moment in the sky. As they flew out, 7 giant planet shadows appeared above the 7 planet souls. It was as if space had become chaotic and Wang Lin was controlling the 7 planets to smash into Tuo Sun. Tuo Sun's expression was gloomy. Back then, he had exploded 1 star in the realm ceiling formation, and when he battled the 3 third-step cultivators, he exploded another star. At this moment, he only had 6 stars left. According to reason, he should be the same as Wang Lin, but he was Tuo Sun, and he was ancient god Tu-Si. Tu-Si had lived for far too long, and his body was not 6 stars, but infinitely close to 9 stars. Although his stars had exploded, his body was still shocking. In addition, with Tuo Sin's supreme talent, he was able to think of sealing a third-step cultivator to activate the power of his star points. Although he had destroyed several of his star points when he tried to break into the realm ceiling formation, there was still 1 sealed third-step cultivator. Adding on the woman he had sealed before, he was still very powerful. As a result, it was not something Wang Lin could resist. After all, back then, Wang Lin had only obtained the inheritance of memory, and the inheritance of power was controlled by Tua. Senator Ta Sun controlled all the power of 2C's body, and it was powerful enough to shock anyone who saw it. If you and I fuse, I can reach the peak of 2C. You can't resist. Tua Sun let out a roar and charged forward. He waved his hand and bombarded the 7 planet souls. Fuse with me and become a peak ancient god of my royal family. Why won't you obey? Tua Sun let out a roar, and his fists collided with the 7 planet souls. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Every time they collided, Tua Sun's roar would shake the world. It was as if there was no power in the world that could stop him. The 7 planet souls trembled violently, as if they were going to collapse. With a bang, the soul of a cultivation planet exploded from Tua Sun's punch. The resulting shockwave formed a vortex that pushed the area forward like crazy. Even the moonlight that filled the starfield collapsed in an instant, turning into specks of moonlight that dissipated. If you fuse with me, I'll be able to break the rules of inheritance. I'll be able to use the greatest divine abilities of the ancient god clan. The world is vast, and the ancient god clan's glory will be restored. You dare not respect me. Tua Sun seemed to have gone mad. Rumbling sounds echoed as 2 more cultivation planet souls were destroyed. The inheritance of memory is useless in your hands. Even if you know the spells of the ancient god clan, you don't have the power to use them. Only I, Tua Sun, can use the heaven-defying spells of the ancient god clan. The distance between Tua Sun and Wang Lin instantly closed in. Tua Sun's body was like a giant meteor smashing into Wang Lin. The remaining 4 planets all collapsed when he smashed into them. The thunderous rumbles became the only sound in the world. Even Tua Sun's roars were suppressed by this violent sound. Even if you've reached 6 stars, you don't have the inheritance of power of the ancient god clan. You don't understand the origin of power. Why do you have to compete with me? In this world, only I, Tua Sun, am a true ancient god. Only I have the right to obtain the full inheritance. Tua Sun charged toward Wang Lin. The moment he closed in, Wang Lin's hands formed a seal, and he slammed his left palm forward. His eyes revealed a strange light, and all the origin power and ancient god power in his body surged into his left palm. They turned into a giant palm print. The moment the palm print appeared, origin power from all over the world rushed into it. In an instant, the palm print became solid and charged toward Tua Sun with a thunderous rumble. You're just a strand of 2C's demonic consciousness. How dare you call yourself a god? Wang Lin let out a roar, and the palm print collided with Senator Ta Sun, let out a roar and mercilessly tore at the palm print. Rumbling sounds echoed out, and the starry sky trembled. The Yu clan seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Tua Sun's hands seemed to be about to be torn apart. The huge palm was actually torn in half by Tua Sun, and then passed right by him. After using the War Spirit print, Wang Lin didn't expect it to stop Tua Senator instead. He raised his left hand. The moment Tua Sun's right arm closed in, just like Master Lu Fu, his left hand pressed down on Tua Sun's right arm. His right hand quickly pointed at the back of his left hand. It was as if he had used endless origin power to empty the star system and fused it into his palm to attack Tua Senator. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and Wang Lin coughed out blood. His body was hit by a powerful impact, and popping sounds came from his bones. He was knocked back by another ancient god statue, and a large amount of ancient god aura entered his body. Tua Sun's huge body paused for a moment under Wang Lin's attack, but he quickly closed in. He opened his mouth and inhaled. More than half of the ancient god aura was sucked into his mouth. Weak. Wang Lin, this god has given you nearly 2,000 years to grow, but you are still so weak. With a bang, Tua Sun landed on the ground filled with ancient god statues. The moment he landed, the ground rumbled and trembled violently. He raised his right hand, and a giant palm covered the entire star system as it flew toward Wang Lin. He didn't want to kill Wang Lin, but to capture him alive. The moment the palm closed in, Wang Lin absorbed the ancient god aura like crazy. The hazy seventh star vortex between his eyebrows rotated rapidly, as if it was going to solidify. The ancient god aura in this place was divided into two parts. Wang Lin couldn't absorb as much as Tuo San, but he still took up nearly 40% of the ancient god aura. When Tuo San's palm reached him, he let out a roar and raised his arms. The ancient god power in his body surged crazily, and he took a step out of the ground. As the ancient god power filled the air, the blood sword also flew out and rotated in his hands, giving off a monstrous red light. Ancient god, divine fist. Wang Lin's roar shook the heavens. He didn't use the ancient god theurgy easily because the ancient god power it required was usually enormous. After all, he was an ancient god who had lived for less than 2,000 years and couldn't be compared to 2C. But at that moment, with the rich ancient god power around him, Wang Lin used an ancient god power that a 6-star ancient god could use without hesitation. Divine Fist. With his hands clenched into fists and the blood sword in his hands, Wang Lin's entire body turned into a shocking vortex that went straight for Tuo San's right hand. Outside his body, an ancient god shadow appeared and roared as it collided with Tuo San's right hand. The roar shook the heavens and the earth. The power of the divine fist erupted with all the ancient god power in an instant and turned into a fist that could destroy the heavens and earth. Ta Sen's right hand trembled and was forced into the air by the thunderous rumble. Wang Lin coughed out blood and turned into a pool of blood. His body was thrown down and landed on the ground with a bang. Die for this god. Tuo Sen's right hand was numb and his mind was shaken. He didn't expect Wang Lin to grow so much in such a short period of time. At that moment, he no longer lowered his right hand. Instead, the 6 stars between his eyebrows flashed rapidly and shot out with a bang. As they rotated, they shot toward Wang Lin. Just like how he swallowed a third step almighty, he swallowed Wang Lin. At this critical moment, a strange light appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Tuo-san, do you really think 2C is dead? What? The moment he said this, the expression of the powerful Tuo-san changed greatly. A strange change suddenly occurred. He broke out in a cold sweat. The gap between him and third place had been closed in an instant. The third young master was coming. Brothers, use your monthly votes to help your brothers. Explode today. Chapter 13:13. Do you really think 2C is dead? This voice was like a clap of thunder in the quiet night sky. It entered Tuo Sen's mind in an earth-shattering manner, directly striking the weakest spot in the depths of his heart. Tuo Sen had been arrogant his entire life and was not afraid of the heavens or earth. However, there was one person he feared the most, and that was 2C. He was born from a trace of 2C's demonic will, so he had an unimaginable fear of 2C. Although he was controlling 2C's body right now, over the countless years, he always had an inconceivable guess. Is 2C dead or not dead? He wasn't sure and didn't dare to think about it, even though all the signs pointed to 2C being completely destroyed by the ink flow clone spell. If you want to devour me, then go ahead and devour me. The moment I, Wang Lin, die will be the moment 2C awakens. At that time, you, Tuo Sen, will also be destroyed. Wang Lin's voice rumbled like thunder. Tuo Sen's mind trembled and the 6 stars suddenly stopped in the air. There was a rare look of hesitation and shock in his eyes. Just as his mind was in chaos and he hesitated for a moment that he shouldn't have, a shocking change occurred in the Moon Clan. Howls came from the collapsing moonlight in all directions. Waves of powerful auras arrived like a storm, and they spread across the entire Moon Clan star system. God-sealing formation, open. An ancient voice filled with madness, excitement, and unconcealable fear echoed out in the starry sky. As the voice appeared, shadows instantly appeared in the originally silent U-Clan star system. These shadows were all U-Clan members. There were men and women among them, and each of them had a crescent moon mark flashing between their eyebrows. There were too many of them. There were no less than 100,000 of them, and they filled the area. Every single one of them had gone through countless calculations and formed a part of the god sealing formation. The conferred god Great War sealed gods. Ancient god. Aside from the densely packed cultivators, all the planets were arranged according to the structure of the formation. The moment the old man's words echoed, the entire world changed. The starry sky was no more. Instead, it was replaced by moonlight. This world, this star field, everything vanished, leaving only the endless moonlight. A huge crescent moon suddenly appeared in the sky. Endless moonlight spread out from it and shrouded everything. There was an old man from the Moon Clan sitting on each of the hundreds of planets. His white hair was forming seals as he activated his cultivation, causing the moonlight formation to reach a peak. To the U clan, a dead ancient god was far inferior to a living ancient god, and a royal ancient god at that. To them, this was a shocking attraction. If they could seal a living royal ancient god and make him the slave of the U clan, any member of the U clan would be so excited that his primordial spirit would tremble and almost scream out. Once they succeeded, the U clan could even rise once more. In order to wait for this day, the U clan had prepared for a very, very long time. It could even be said that countless years ago, the U clan had prepared all of this for the day when they could seal a living ancient god. It wasn't until Tuasan arrived a few years ago that the entire U clan was filled with fear and excitement. They activated the formation passed down by their ancestors and waited for Tuasan's arrival. According to their understanding, Tuasan, as an ancient god, would come looking for the U clan. However, they waited for more than 10 years, and Tuasan still hadn't come. Just as the entire U clan was waiting for this day, attracted by Wang Lin, Tuasan arrived. What made the entire U clan even more excited was that Tuasan wasn't the only royal ancient god, but two. The formation opened and the world turned moonlight. This world of moonlight was an illusory space that the U clan's ancestors had created countless years ago to seal an ancient god. Once sealed inside, it would be difficult to leave. Tuasan was still in shock from Wang Lin's words when the sudden change in the U clan, the opening of the divine seal formation, and the moonlight shrouding the sky caused him to feel irritable. He waved his right hand, and the 6 stars didn't go to devour Wang Lin. Instead, they returned to the spot between his eyebrows, and his right arm fell to the ground with a bang. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The entire world of moonlight was like silk, but it didn't collapse. Instead, it twisted into countless rays of light that crazily wrapped around Tuasan and Wang Lin. The speed at which they wrapped around was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was as if countless threads of silk had been wrapped around Wang Lin and Tuasan. Tuasan's eyes lit up, and he let out a roar. The roar of an ancient god was like thunder, and it echoed through the moonlight world like crazy. It caused the world to tremble, and it was as if the world was going to collapse. However, as he roared, the moonlight twisted again and formed even more threads of moonlight that wrapped around them. "You rose kill the god's body." The old voice echoed, and in an instant, all the threads in the moonlight world suddenly increased. They turned into sharp threads that began to wrap around Wang Lin. Those threads were extremely tough and had no beginning or end. No matter how much Tuasan struggled, after a large portion of them collapsed, they turned into even more. Summon the Moon Clan's treasure, the god-destroying fan. The ancient voice was sharp. Moonlight suddenly gathered inside the moonlight time that sealed Wang Lin and Ta Senator. A 1,000-foot-long moonlight fan suddenly appeared. The moment the fan appeared, it suddenly waved. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and a monstrous storm rushed out. This storm contained endless moonlight, and it charged toward Ta Senator. Ta soon let out a roar and raised his right hand. The large amount of threads collapsed, and he threw a punch at the incoming storm. Wang Lin was also surrounded by endless threads. The blood sword around him flashed and formed a vortex to cut all the threads. However, the threads here were endless and had no beginning or end. It was impossible to cut them all. At this moment, the god-destroying fan was waved, and the storm also rushed toward him. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and Wang Lin felt like he was being swept by the storm. He immediately retreated, but the moment he retreated, endless moonlight came from the storm and penetrated his body like swords. If it was an ordinary moonlight sword, Wang Lin could ignore it. However, this moonlight contained an aura similar to the giant axe that could cause shocking damage to an ancient god. When he looked at Tuo Sun, it was the same. His roar echoed and his fist collided with the storm. There was a thunderous rumble, and the storm collapsed into countless swords that shot toward Tuo's senator the moment the swords pierced through him. They left countless bloody marks on his body. "Bold slave clan, you dare to injure this god? Die!" Tuo Sun was extremely angry. He had fought against Wang Lin and recognized Wang Lin as a member of his clan. However, these former slave clan members were like ants to him. Now that these ants dared to injure him, how could he not be angry? Infuriated, Tuo Sun seemed to have gone mad. Rumbling sounds could be heard as he unleashed destruction upon this world of moonlight. However, the more the moonlight collapsed, the more it turned into threads. In the blink of an eye, the entire world was blurry, as if it were filled with threads. More than 10,000 of the 100,000 Moon Clan members outside the formation coughed out blood, and their bodies collapsed. They couldn't withstand the backlash of the formation and immediately died. However, the moment they died, the crescent moon mark between their eyebrows flew out and imprinted itself on the formation. In an instant, within this battle filled with moonlight threads, the souls of the tens of thousands of Moon Clan members who had died actually appeared. "Use my clan's blood to feed the god. Use my clan's soul to destroy the god. Great Moon God Destruction Spell." The ancient voice was filled with madness, and the 10,000 souls began to howl. They began to expand and turned into moons, causing the moonlight in the world to reach its peak. More than half of these moons charged at Tuo Sun, and the rest charged at Wang Lin. Summon the Moon Clan's treasure, the Blood Moon Wings. Blood sacrifice. The ancient voice rang out once more. This time, thousands of you clan members appeared on the God-sealing formation. They all held ferocious beasts in their hands. These ferocious beasts were struggling and roaring. As the ancient voice echoed, the thousands of Moon Clan cultivators all had ferocious expressions as they collapsed the fierce beasts they had captured. The thousands of fierce beasts collapsed and turned into endless flesh and blood that fell in the formation. However, the moment they fell, they were immediately absorbed by the formation. These thousands of cultivators were only the first wave. After them, several more waves of cultivators appeared and collapsed the fierce beasts. This caused the moonlight inside the formation to be filled with a bloodlight. As this bloodlight continued to condense, two blood-colored wings appeared inside the formation and charged at Wang Lin and Tuo Sun. Summon the Moon Clan's treasure, the 9 ancient god bones. The ancient voice rang out extremely clearly this time. It was an old man in black clothes who appeared in the air outside the formation. He stretched out his arms, and there was a crazed greed in his eyes. Once he spoke, a huge crack appeared in front of the old man, and 9 gigantic ancient god skulls flew out with a bang. These 9 skulls gave off a dense ancient god aura. They were covered in crescent moon seals and were shrouded in moonlight. After they appeared, they charged at the formation. The moment they entered, they turned into a storm that charged at Wang Lin and Tuo Sun. Summon the Moon Clan's treasure, the soul decaying liquid. The old man's white hair fluttered strangely. The moment he spoke, he bit the tip of his tongue and coughed out a mouthful of black blood. The Moon Clan cultivators on the hundreds of planets all bit the tips of their tongues and coughed out a mouthful of stinky black blood. The blood seemed to possess intelligence, and it instantly condensed together to form a stinking sea of blood that swept through the heavens and the earth as it charged into the formation. There weren't many monthly votes, and there wasn't enough passion, Now he disconnected from a network and didn't look at the monthly votes. He continued to write and write the third chapter. Chapter 1314. Great Moon God Destruction Spell, Blood Moon Wings, 9 Ancient God Skulls, and Soul Decaying Liquid. Each of these 4 treasures was extremely powerful. They were extremely powerful treasures that the Moon Clan had prepared for countless years to capture an ancient god. It has to be said that in this world, aside from the ancient gods, ancient demons, and ancient devils, the Moon Clan understood the ancient god the best. The Moon Clan had thought of countless methods to deal with the ancient god. Tuasen's roar echoed in this moonlight world. Facing the countless crescent moons, he waved his arms, and his body erupted with an unimaginable impact. All of the crescent moons that closed and collapsed. There's also the blood moon wings that closed in but were destroyed by Tua-san with one punch. However, the blood wings were made up of countless feathers that pierced into Tua-san's body. Even more powerful were the 9 ancient god skulls. These 9 skulls were all real ancient gods that had died countless years ago. Their appearance was like 9 suns that released a powerful impact toward Tua-san. Wang Lin's expression was also gloomy. The blood sword around him roared and various spells appeared in his hand to resist the endless crescent moons. The blood wings turned into countless feathers that pierced through his body with a powerful penetrating force. Blood filled the air. Wang Lin couldn't even retreat. At this moment, he was surrounded by the moonlight threads. As for the ancient god skulls, they didn't close in on Wang Lin, but charged toward Senator. The 9 skulls created a heaven-shaking roar, and the moment they closed in onto a sun, they suddenly collapsed. An indescribable impact echoed like crazy. Even someone as strong as Tua-san couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of blood. His expression became even more ferocious. This time, for the sake of the ancient god, the Yu clan could be said to be staking everything they had accumulated over countless years. With the power of the entire clan, they wanted to capture the ancient god alive. The 9 ancient god skulls were the Moon Clan's protective treasures. The collapse of any one of them was equivalent to the self-destruction of a third-step cultivator. Now that all 9 of them collapsed at the same time, the power was endless. However, in comparison, the soul-decaying liquid that entered the formation at the end was even more precious. This soul-decaying liquid was planted into the body of the Yu clan when they were born. Its origin was unknown, and even the Yu clan only knew that this soul-decaying liquid had successfully killed an ancient god during the rebellion countless years ago. After being nourished by the Moon Clan for tens of thousands of years, the strength of this god, decaying liquid, was unheard of. At this moment, the blood sea formed by the soul-collapsed liquid rushed in and swept over Wang Lin and Tua-san, forming a huge blood-colored whirlpool. Wang Lin immediately felt that the ancient god power was melting inside the whirlpool, and an extremely dangerous feeling immediately entered his mind. Tua-san's expression immediately turned grave. However, this was not all the Yu clan had up their sleeves. They had prepared for tens of thousands of years, and now they had only taken out a part of it. The old man stared at the formation and shouted, "Let us invite the Yu clan's treasure, the ancient god eye." 2 blood-red eyes suddenly appeared in the sky. They seemed to be filled with blood as they looked at the formation and at Tua-san and Wang Lin. "Let us invite the Yu clan's treasure, the giant spirit bell." A giant, ancient bell suddenly appeared in the sky. It let out a violent chime that turned into a ripple and entered the formation. "Let us invite the Yu clan's treasure, the 9th world destroyer spirit." The old man formed a seal with both of his hands and let out a monstrous howl. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and the white hair on his body squirmed in a strange manner. A green illusory figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The appearance of this illusory figure could not be seen clearly, but the green light that lingered around it caused Ha-sen's pupils to shrink. When Wang Lin saw this green shadow, his heart skipped a beat. He vaguely recognized that the green light from this shadow was the same as the aura from the ancient god skull in the demon spirit land. Each of these treasures were specifically created to deal with ancient gods. If it was any other third-step cultivator, these treasures wouldn't be able to display their full power. But against ancient gods, these treasures were filled with sharpness. As Tua's son let out a roar, his body suddenly moved and a powerful shockwave spread out. At the same time, he looked at Wang Lin and no longer hesitated. The 6 stars between his eyebrows shined and shot out toward Wang Lin. I'll devour you. Once this god fuses with you, I'll slaughter my way out of this seal and make the entire Yu clan bleed. Tua's-san, I have 2C's memory inheritance. If you devour me, your inheritance will fuse and 2C will awaken. Do you not believe me? You can give a try. Wang Lin sneered and didn't resist. He allowed the 6 stars to close in and coldly stared at Tua's senator. This sentence hit Tua's-san's weak spot once more. He let out a roar and his eyes turned red. You just want to break the seal that prevents spells from being used on the inheritance. This isn't something that can only be done by devouring. If we work together, it will be a win-win situation. If you insist on doing things your own way, then even if I, Wang Lin, am not your match, once 2C awakens, you will without a doubt die. Do you have a place to escape from 2C? At this moment, the sea of blood surrounded the area. The gaze of the ancient gods I stared down, brewing a shocking aura. The giant bell rumbled and ripples spread out. Finally, the 9th spirit of world annihilation flashed with green light. There were also endless moonlight threads that surrounded him. Wang Lin didn't even look at the approaching treasures. He only stared at Tua's son and waited for his answer. After all, you and I are both ancient gods. How can we let the slave tribe humiliate the seal? If you believe me, we will first destroy the slave tribe, and then I will naturally give you an answer. The moment the treasures arrived, Tua's son didn't dare to take the risk. He couldn't be sure if the inheritance of memories that Wang Lin had obtained was true. However, even if 9,999 out of 10,000 were fake and only one was real, he still couldn't take the risk. If he lost and 2C revived, he wouldn't have the confidence to face 2C. He would definitely die. Fine. Tua's son gritted his teeth and roared. In his mind, after destroying the slave tribe, Wang Lin would have nowhere to run. When the time came, he would capture Wang Lin and have plenty of time to slowly study him. If what he said is true, then my Suoff family will give up on the hope of becoming a 9-star god. I will destroy his inheritance of memories and make it impossible for 2C to awaken. The moment Tua's-san agreed, Wang Lin's hands immediately formed a seal. Without hesitation, he waved his hands forward and spoke in the language of the ancient gods. At the beginning of the world, there was an ancient race. There were 3 parts of the ancient god, and one of them was the ancient god. They went against the laws of the world and fought against the world. They comprehended the chaos of a universe, used the laws of destruction, opened the stars, and broke all the techniques of the universe. Ancient God 8 stars technique void. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. The 6 ancient god stars between his eyebrows rotated like crazy, and all the ancient god power in his body rushed into his hands. In an instant, the moment the various Moon Clan spells and treasures arrived, an incomplete rune immediately appeared in front of his hands. Although this rune was incomplete, it emitted an earth-shattering aura that could collapse the stars. This aura was destruction, a power that could disintegrate all spells and the laws of heaven. This was Void, the ancient god Void power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Tua's-san, ancient god power. Wang Lin roared. Tua's-san clenched his teeth and waved his right hand. The 6 ancient god stars rotated, and ancient god power, several times denser than Wang Lin's, rushed into the incomplete rune. In an instant, the rune began to move and went from incomplete to complete. The complete rune appeared in the world at this moment. This was an 8-star ancient god spell. This was an ancient god spell that hadn't appeared in the immemorial era for tens of thousands of years. The expression of the white-haired old man outside the formation changed greatly. The rune suddenly released a blinding light. This light was between black and white, and it was completely gray. With Tua's son and Wang Lin as the center, it scattered like crazy. The god-collapsing blood was pushed back, and the ancient god I exploded. The ripples from the giant bell immediately dissipated. Even the green shadow wasn't pure, so it struggled for a moment before disappearing. The moonlight threads in the area exploded. Everything was pushed back by this gray light. Invisible cracks appeared on the moonlight world formed by the god sealing formation, and it began to tremble violently. Summon the number 1 treasure of the Moon Clan, ancient god bone fragment. The white-haired old man's expression was mournful as he madly roared. Immediately, a huge crack appeared in the sky. The crack suddenly tore open, and an indescribable pressure suddenly spread out from within. A finger the size of half a cultivation planet slowly came out from the giant crack. This finger had no flesh or blood, only bone. This was the bone of a middle finger. Destroy God. The white-haired old man let out a heaven-shaking roar. At the same time, the 100,000 Moon Clan cultivators and the cultivators maintaining the formation all let out the same roar. Destroy a god. Destroy a god. As members of the Moon Clan, they had discovered an ancient god countless years ago and had destroyed a god. Now, they were going to destroy a god that had helped them for countless years. 100,000 people shouted at the same time, shaking the heavens and earth, turning into a sound wave that roared through the starry sky. This is the finger of a 9-star ancient god. Tuasen's expression changed greatly. The moment the broken fingerbone fell, the god-sealing formation collapsed due to the light from the rune. The moment it collapsed, it collided with the fingerbone. A thunderous rumble echoed, and Tua's son coughed out blood. His body trembled, and he was thrown into the distance. Popping sounds came from Wang Lin's body as all his bones shattered. His body was covered in blood as he was thrown in different directions. The giant fingerbone was unscathed and landed on the ground. The moment he was thrown out, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to use the heaven-devouring spell. Black fog erupted from his body, and he charged into the formation. The fog dissipated, and he began to absorb like crazy amidst miserable screams. Wherever he went, all the Moon Clan members withered into corpses and collapsed. Even further away, Tuasen's roar echoed, and he also began his counterattack. Continue to write. Continue to break out the 4th chapter of the day. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.